We're going to hear public comment on Wyoming Business Council. We're going to hear from the room first. We have some Zoom, but we'll hear in the room here. And if you're going to speak, come right on up here to these microphones, I should say. Go ahead.
Good morning, good afternoon. My name is Ross Schriftman. I'm a citizen living here in Casper. I am a self-employed licensed insurance agent for the last 50 years. So I'm a sole proprietor. So I'm the smallest business entity that can operate. I also worked as a field auditor for the Auditor General's Department for 7 years. I presented some written testimony to the committee. So I'm just going to make some comments based on some of the discussion this morning. One of the things that the committee has to deal with is what is the role of government when it comes to promoting private enterprise? And I appreciate the fact that the Wyoming Business Council was created by the legislature and follows the statutes as mentioned this morning. And so a couple items. First of all, in the documents that were presented, there's a memo from the senior fiscal analyst. And I looked at page 3. And if my math is correct, since the creation of the Business Council, the appropriations have been $1.5 billion, over $1.5 billion. That includes general funds, federal funds, other funds. So what is a return on investment? When I look at return on investment, it's more than just economic growth. It's what is returned in revenue based on the work that's done by any agency to promote business. And so that's one of the numbers that doesn't look really great. When you look at how much has been returned as state revenue for the amount of money spent over the years. It's also mentioned this morning that our number of young people leaving Wyoming is 2 times the national rate. It would be interesting to know what that rate was back in 1998 when the council actually started. One of the other concerns is the programs that are paid for by taxpayers, is it competing with private business? And Representative Riggins had a question this morning on that. If there's a small business that's operating in a small town, and then let's say the Kickstarter program, if I understand it correctly, if they bring in another small business, let's say an auto repair shop, which I'm familiar with, comes into that town, aren't they competing with the business that's already there? And that business that's already there is paying taxes to bring in another business to compete. Now, if it's a diversified situation where there's not that business, that's a different situation. The other thing is, it was mentioned about consulting with local governments, and that's a good thing. But if there's consulting for private businesses, there's a whole industry of that. That includes people like estate planners, corporate attorneys, insurance agents that do buy-sell agreements, business succession. Are we competing with businesses that already exist and using their tax dollars for it? Why do businesses come to Wyoming? And, we have our own situation here with some difficulty in the fact that we're a rural, small state, small population. But there are some good things about Wyoming that other states don't have. First of all, we have great people. We have a wonderful heritage, and we have a beautiful landscape. It's a great place to live and work, even though we have some challenges. And finally, before the Business Council started, how did businesses grow in Wyoming? Is this something that we need to look at and see whether other agencies can perform some of the needs, as mentioned this morning, certain things like grants for infrastructure. So I appreciate the committee's work on this to develop what might be the best solution going forward. I'm interested in hearing what the committee members might be able to come up with so that we can make sure that the taxpayers are protected. Your primary responsibility is to the taxpayer citizens of Wyoming to make sure that our dollars are used most effectively. And I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Ross.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, hello, my name is Neil Jeske and I live in Casper, Wyoming. I'd like to comment today about the Wyoming Business Council. The CEO of the Business Council makes $285,000 per year. Since 2020, the salary has increased over $113,000, a total raise of 66%. From 2019 to 2025, GDP growth in Wyoming was the lowest in any state of the country. The average annual salary at the council was $90,000 when rounded up, and the median salary was $97,000 when rounded down. The Wyoming Business Council average salary is 92% higher than the American average, and the median salary is 124% higher than the American median salary. Across 37 employees, that would equate to about $152,000 per year average, including salary, benefits, and retiree insurance. Since the Wyoming Business Council's formation in 1998, the Wyoming Business Council has received nearly $1 billion in state funding alone. The biggest industry and employer currently in the state is the government, bigger than mining, tourism, and agricultural. Cronyism is an economic system where businesses succeed primarily due to their close relationship with government officials, often receiving special favors, subsidies, or regulatory advantages that undermine fair competition in the market. This practice is generally viewed as corrupt, detrimental to a free market economy. Liberty is indivisible from economic freedom. The free market economy is the economic system most compatible with requirements of personal freedom and constitutional government. Government's undue interference in the market as well as fiscal irresponsibility of government results in economic inequality. There exists no fundamental right to the fruits of another person's labor. Government should provide a level playing field and get out the way, not act as venture capital. Recently, a vote was held in Casper and the voters said no to fund a city-owned ski resort ski lift. Mr. Chairman, why is the Business Council ignoring the will of the voters and funding the ski lift at 0%? Why is the Business Council picking winners and losers with their hard-earned tax dollars? What happens if it doesn't snow again next year? Are the taxpayers going to be on the hook again? Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Neil.
Rosemary Saban, Natrona County resident. Imagine 250 jobs in a county with a population of 80,000 people being a beacon of hope. Yet it's a modest beginning. Economic development boards and state agencies entrusted with promoting and influencing business growth generously allocate $25 million to a single business, championing innovation and progress. But who truly benefits from this investment? Perhaps if we break it down, it's $100,000 per employee annually, or $48 an hour for a 40-hour work week, a figure that speaks to the potential for prosperity. How many individuals earn less than $100,000 a year? How many make less than $48 an hour? Hard work and dedication are the driving forces behind these figures, funding opportunities for others to thrive. Let's consider that a business touting 250 jobs might actually hire 150 locals. While 100 positions go out of state to experts with specialized skills, likely hailing from areas with higher home values than Wyoming. As these newcomers enter the state with a financial advantage, they'll invest in new homes or purchase existing ones, potentially boosting the local economy. However, a temporary construction boom isn't a substitute for long-term stability. Instead, it heightens the cost burden for everyone else, particularly in areas with sprawling development, leading to increased property taxes and demands on local infrastructure and emergency services. Local businesses paying $15 to $25 an hour must now compete with companies offering higher wages, potentially disrupting the balance to retain employees. They may need to increase their own wages, a cost that will inevitably be passed on to consumers. While it may seem like a rising tide lifts all boats, the reality is that businesses must maintain profitability to survive. When costs become prohibitive and profits dwindle, businesses face an uncertain future, putting employees' jobs at risk. How many publicly supported businesses have shuttered, leaving taxpayers to foot the bill? How many incentivized businesses remain in Wyoming once the tax breaks expire? When they leave, the revenue they generated becomes the benchmark for future budgets. Who ultimately bears the cost? Next time we hear economic development, we should consider the lasting impact of business incentives and the influx of outside influence. True economic viability should emerge organically without the reliance on public funds, fostering a sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Rosemary.
Anybody ahead of me?
Nope, you're on, man.
Mayor Shoshone.
Oh, yeah, the malt shake guy.
Good afternoon. It's
Yeah.
great to be here, Chairman, Co-Chair, the rest of the legislature that's here. Joel Highsmith, Mayor of Town of Shoshone. It's, I've had some relatively good experiences with Wyoming Business Council and SLIP. Both of them. They funded Curry Rail System, or not Curry Rail, but our rail car facility that repairs rail cars. Right now we have Curry Rail Systems in there. There are 30 employees right now. When they came in, they said, start off with for 6-8 months. They started this fall really to go on, so barely over 6 months. They're at 30 already, 15 to 20. I know they're working with ID Inc. and I believe the Business Council putting together a package for expansion. They really foresee in the next couple of years to bring that number to 60 employees. That's pretty big for Shoshone. That's one of our biggest problems, housing. That's a hurdle that we're working on in any event, but they've done real well. We had a BRC that started out with a BRC. We have another BRC that we got to run our sewer line to the mushroom farm. Through valued engineering, it looked like we were coming in about $400,000 under estimate that was granted. We requested the Business Council, since we're running sewer line anyway, and this is can be for workforce housing, attainable housing. I use attainable, not affordable, but and they allowed us to put that in our 40-acre subdivision, approximately 70 lots. We ran sewer in there. I mean, that was some flexibility they showed for us to do that. We recently was looking at a BRC, business resilient, community or business ready, whatever you want to call it. The Wyoming Cardiopulmonary is still looking, trying to figure out how to fund it to come to Shoshone for a regional cardiopulmonary center that would support about 15% of the state's population from Shoshone and over 27% of the land mass, because Fremont County plus the Bighorn Basin could be serviced by this group. We ran into a roadblock because the engineers came in higher than the architecture estimate, but we were looking at a $6 million grant loan or loan grant, $3 million, was a 2% loan. $3 million would be recapture money at 0%, but the business would be, so it actually turn into a 1% loan for the business because they would be lease purchasing the property and making the payments, but about $2 million that would go back into the community. Shoshone, that's quite a bit for us, for infrastructure, to help us promote more infrastructure. To me, anyway, for Shoshone, that seems to work real well. I believe that the Business Council said they need to retool. I believe they need better guidance. What you're doing right here, right now, is really what should be done. What's working, what's not working. I believe, look at the programs or how you can make changes. You know, the community consensus. That sounds like the community census. That sounds really good on the local level, but there may be where you're combining the two. But I believe there's a lot of talented people working for the Business Council that's done a lot for the state of Wyoming. I've heard the number of $1 billion has been put out there so far. I'd like to know the numbers, what they figure the return is on that $1 billion. I'd be, interested in knowing that because they've, businesses, everybody, we have people have failures and successes. You're not going to pick winners all the time. There's going to be, so I really don't know the answer that this group here, you got to argue with, try to figure out how to make it better, because it'd be nice to have it better. And I don't always agree with the Business Council, all their decisions, but as a whole, I think they've done really well. They've helped the town of Shoshone. And so I'm speaking mainly for the town of Shoshone, but like I said, they do need retooling. Like I said, I'm just a country boy from Shoshone, Wyoming. And so this is what you get. I don't have a prepared speech. But I'm open to any questions. I don't want to take all day. I can do that. Those that know me well. But any questions, I'm glad to answer.
Thanks, Joel. Yes, sir. You're next.
Okay.
Oh, you got a question? Oh, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Here's a question.
I have a question for, in Shoshone, how many projects have you used the Wyoming Business Council to help promote or create?
Well, gee, counting the some of that money, CARES Act fund, we had 3 water projects that initially didn't look like we was going to get approved, but we ended up getting them all approved. SLIB helped us out with reevaluating that. There's, I don't know, 7 or 8, maybe those water projects. Those water projects started within my first 2 weeks of being elected mayor. I sat down with our Business Council rep. We got water issues. What in the heck are we going to do? And they guided us through a phase 1. So we got a study, and then you move on to phase 2, phase 3, and we're just finishing the last of that stuff we done over 7 years ago. It takes time. Sometimes I wish it could be faster, but I don't know how to do it faster. But it just takes time, and you just got to just continue on. And with the guidance of the Business Council all the way, it's really helped it. We have had some serious water issues. And just right after, about a couple months after that, we had a water line break, and I got my 5 seconds of fame. I was on the TV and everything. We had a boil order and hauling water in, but it made me look like I knew what I was saying. But I was listening to my director of public works said, we got a real problem with our water system. And so when I became mayor, that was my first thing. And yeah, they're very, very helpful.
Thank you, Mr.
Follow up? No? Go ahead.
Thank you.
My name is Mark Christensen. I'm from Campbell County, and I probably shouldn't have come up. You sit back and you listen, and then sometimes you're like, I'm going to offer something, and then usually you're better off to just keep your mouth shut. But with that said, I spent 7 years as a county commissioner, and then I'm on the school board now, and the governor appointed me to the business council. Appreciate the confirmation. The reality is that if you look at Wyoming, we have created a system for local government that is unsustainable unless you have mineral production. I can say that because I live in Campbell County, but my family has 8 ranch properties in 3 states, including 6 different counties in Wyoming. And one of them is the poorest. And so if you are in a situation where a mill generates, if your county mill generates $400,000 per mill, you've got 12 mills, try to run a county on $4.8 million. Doesn't even cover the jail. We have the same thing for cities. Cities, we limit you to 8 mills. Some places, if you got mineral production like we do, Gillette's fortunate because when a mine haul truck gets purchased, there's sales tax that gets collected on that and it gets directed to the city. But a lot of these small towns, sales tax doesn't generate anything either because we've exempted food, we've exempted a number of things. And so we're at now this point where Wyoming's struggling to figure out what it is. And the Wyoming I grew up in was a place that invested in its people and invested in kids and had great schools and created the Hathaway program. We're conservative, but what makes us conservative is not that we do things like Hathaway, it's that we set the money aside and pay for it with interest. Like there's a Wyoming way of doing it, but the Wyoming way still is addressing the problem and doing it. And where we're at now is like, unless we do something, we are going to be the state with the largest sovereign wealth fund and no people. Like you've got 70+% of your graduates leaving the state. The bright red light is like flashing and we're not addressing it. And I will hear people say, it's like, well, it's tax policy and this, da, da, da. I went to UW for undergrad. I have my master's from the University of Denver. There was a competition last week for real estate, and one of the projects was north of Colorado. You go 30 minutes, 40 minutes south of Cheyenne. Those communities are growing by double in a 10-year span. Median income is $182,000. It's 40 minutes difference. Wyoming has lower taxes. Wyoming has all these other things, but that's not what drives people. Like what drives is quality of life. What drives is good education. We have great education, but it's also having workforce availability and having jobs. It's like, it would be much easier for me to leave Wyoming. It's like, it's hard to stay here. We like to think that it's like, it's not, but like Wyoming is a hard place to stay in because I could leave and make significantly more money and probably accomplish similar things. And until we address that, we're failing. Like, and I'm gonna put some of this back on the legislature. I sat on the Endow Council too. There were things that were moving forward there. And what that initially started with at the time was Governor Mead was like, we kind of tended to be start and stop on economic development and economic policy. And I think sometimes here with the Business Council, I think part of the problem is the title is the Business Council. Really should be the Economic Development Organization. A lot of things we have issues with are things that are being funded through the Business Council that are community pieces because there was no other place to fund them very well. So like the legislature diverted it through the Business Council and now everybody's upset about the money that was spent there. But like those were local community projects that needed to be funded. And I also would say that like most of the local government people I dealt with for those 7 years and now, they would love to be self-sufficient. Like they would like to make their own destiny. People standing in the way of that is the legislature. Like you can't go above 12 mills, you can't go above 8. You want to do sales tax, even if your voters vote for it, it's still another cap. So like a lot of the things that are impeding this are stopping there. And the thing that we always forget about is we don't talk about When we talk about economic development, we forget to talk about monetary policy and tax policy. So like, I want jobs here because I want my kids to stay here because I have 4 kids. And like, I look around and I'm like, is there going to be an opportunity for my 4 kids when they're older? There may not be. Like, I look at my own life right now, I'm like, is there an opportunity for me? Maybe there isn't. And the failure to address that is embarrassing for a state that is so forward thinking and so great in so many other things. So, thank you. Are there any questions?
Any questions? Yes, down here.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In your opinion, you had made a comment that over 70% of people graduating leave Wyoming. Why do you think that is?
I don't know the exact number now. So when I was on the Endow Council, there was a report that came out, and it was, and I'm gonna, if I get the number off slightly, give me a little bit of grace. It was like roughly 72% of UW graduates left Wyoming and 77% of engineering graduates left Wyoming. It's even the best and brightest for the jobs we want. And then the study was, the piece I always wanted to know was how many came back within 5 years? And we like to tell ourselves that they leave and they come back. But if you look at the data, they don't. Because if they were coming back, our population would increase. And we're not. And it's really about opportunities. It's like in most of Wyoming, unless you're working in the mineral industry, you're not well paid. Now, at the same time, like Wyoming likes to pride itself on being like fiercely independent and like we pay our own way and do all the rest of the stuff. But like the reality is unless you are a mineral company, you don't pay your way in Wyoming. You don't. And like it's unpopular and I'm probably gonna get a ton of nasty messages on Facebook after this, but like you don't. And like, I'm not saying that we have to have wholesale change on tax. But I used to sit in these meetings as a commissioner too, and there were groups that were looking to come here and do like advanced manufacturing or advanced other things. And all the business people want certainty. So like we're having this conversation right now because we've created a climate where businesses aren't going on their own. Like if you look in Fort Collins, you look in Boulder, you look in Denver, you look in Colorado Springs, they're not doing huge incentive handouts because they want to be there. Because the employees are there, because those where the people are moving, because they've developed a nice ecosystem where there is the give and take between businesses and the person can move from one employment in one position to another. And we don't have that here. So here, we try to put Band-Aids on it. So like if you want to come back here and do something that's non-mineral, that's why we do have Kickstart. It's like we maybe give you an opportunity to do it on your own. I think it's a great program. I'll also say that when we decide as a state to fix something, we do. So one of the things that came out of Endow was air service. Air service had been a nightmare for a long time. As a commissioner, the county used to spend $1 million a year funding air service. And that was even with the state sharing part of it. And Campbell County is now flying without a subsidy. Has been for a little while now. The rest of the state's looking like that too. But Wyoming made a concerted effort and was like, air service is important. We identified it, we moved forward with it. Right now, you can't move back here because housing is unaffordable. I do real estate development. If I want to go do a lot right now, if I want to shoot for a 80 by 120, like a 9,600 square foot lot, not a very big one, up to maybe say 12,000. By the time I pay land, and I'm not paying exorbitant prices, but I buy land, I put water, sewer, infrastructure in it, I trench and put in conduit, city pulls the electricity, the company pulls the fiber. I have $80,000 in that lot. So in development's insanely risky. So like we always take a minimum return of 20%. And so I put another 20% on that and it's 100,000. What affordable house can you build on a $100,000 lot? Because even to keep the ratio correct for underwriting, that means that it's a $500,000 home. So like, there's things that we need to address. And what I feel is like sometimes we don't address the hard problems that are the things we actually need to focus on. If we want people to come back, we need jobs and opportunity. We need affordable housing. I'm not saying it has to be like heavily subsidized, but you have to get that number down. And those are the pieces that I feel like sometimes we dance around as opposed to just tackling them. And right now we don't have good tools. So like some of that goes through the Business Council. I would argue that, and this is me as an outsider, I've been on the Business Council board for 6 weeks. I would argue that a lot of stuff that they have taken on has been because there was a vacuum that nobody was doing it, and it was critical for Wyoming. I think I would probably venture a guess that they did not really want to be in housing or funding some of this infrastructure, but there is not a way for local government to pay for it. So that's where we're at. But
Thank you.
Follow up? No? Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And thank you. Very insightful. I was going to ask you, and you actually give me 2 of them, but what were your top 3 things that we should be doing to keep families here, kids here? Because I do hear this. I don't need to do a poll of my district. I hear this from mothers and grandmothers the most. And I'm not saying dads don't care either. Do not hear me say that. I'm saying that's where I hear I want my kids to stay here in Wyoming. I want my grandkids to stay here in Wyoming. So this is becoming a very important issue for my constituents, and I think many across the state. So I do take it seriously, and I do think it's a tough nut to crack. But you gave me 2, affordable housing and good paying jobs. What would be your third?
so, Mr. Co-Chair, Representative Lawley, I would probably healthcare. I'll give you an example. I am a small business with 2 employees. So I used to have a group policy with Mountain Health Co-op. Actually great insurance. We paid about $3,000 a month for the 2 employees. And Mountain Health left. So now for those same 2 employees, it's $4,700 a month. And the coverage is no good. And so there's some critical things, and those are what really impact business. It's like you look at now and it's like, why does everybody want to go work for government or state or somebody else? Because that's the only place in Wyoming you can get health insurance. And if I look at things, I think that there's a lot that we could accomplish statutorily. I think that there's a lot of it when you start to look at places that have made it work. A lot of times it's small things that there were ecosystems that were really, really embraced and allowed to grow. And that's what Wyoming's good at. So when Wyoming's at its best is when we have a clearly defined goal and everybody is rallied behind it, because it's also the place where when Endow was going on, for example, you could get in a room, you could get 3 senators and 4 House people and Department of Workforce Services and Business Council and UW and all the community colleges. And that's how we get stuff done, is we're a place where you can still make a phone call and say, I need you to do this. I'm going to give you one other thing just because you've been very polite to me. We have a number of problems we need to address. One of them is the teacher shortage. And so I'm on the school board now, and I'm going to give you the information. We did compensation last year. We raised comp in Campbell County starting teacher at 56, which sounds like a lot, but in Campbell County, that's almost poverty if you look at how much a house costs. So as part of that conversation, Dr. Ayers did a really good job. He had this table in there that was from somebody's PhD. I've cited it a ton of times. I don't know whose it was. It had a column down one side, which was UW degrees conferred, and went back 40 years. On the other side, it had College of Education degrees conferred, same time. So if you looked back there over that 40-year period, degrees conferred went up 2 to 3% every year. Then there was a big jump, and you can see it's when Hathaway kicked in, and we were we want you to go out and get educated. And there's corrections every now and then, but that's generally where it's at. And then the other side was education degrees conferred. And that number goes down 4 or 5% every year for the last 40 years. So if you look at that number now, The last 5 years, it basically was between 140 and 170 degrees conferred. Campbell County, on an average year, just to cover retirements, needs 70. On a year where the market's good and things are high, we need 100. The lowest in the period of time was 32. That was in 2016 when the mine laid off the 500 people. The 2 mines did on that one day. If you had a spouse who worked for the district, you kept working. So you look at that, there's 48 districts in Wyoming. We're the 3rd biggest. And we need between 50 and 60% of what Wyoming is graduating on a year. That math doesn't math. So like what we try to do is we try to backfill by recruiting from other places. But like we have some really profound things that we need to address. What I like about Wyoming is we will address them. But like it's better if we get ahead of it than now, because any of this economic development work, if you make some really good decisions and some really good investments now, it's going to be a minimum of 10 years out. And I always like to hear like tax policy, and I'm like fully appreciative of that too, because like my taxes keep going up. But like when I talk to everybody, I still talk to people in Campbell County, it's like nobody ever tells me that. They're always like, my kids left. I don't get to see my grandkids. Why don't you have more school resource officers? Like it's always stuff like that. And I just want to ask that you kind of keep in mind those things that are important, because that's why you're here. Like I told everybody, I said, and I feel like part of the reason is because the legislature hasn't given clear direction on what you want the business council to be. And like, you know, it's different for every one of us. Like I said, like, I want the business council to wake up every day and be like, I want kids not to leave Wyoming. Like, I think that that is a good way to measure whether we're successful. That's me though. Like, you know what I mean? There's different groups, and I think that you guys though need to provide a little guidance on what success is for you. So
Follow up? No follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, other questions? Other questions? Thank you, Mark. Are you related to Pumpkin Buttes?
I am.
Oh,
So
are
my granddad was Bud.
you? Oh, yeah.
But I know you from a longer ago, because when you were on the land board, I've always heard from like Diane, and then when you guys recruited high school rodeo. So
Oh,
there's
yeah.
and that's a perfect example. Look at that decision that you guys made, I don't know, 40 years ago now.
Quite a while, quite a while.
And look what that turned into.
Yep.
But
Yeah.
it took some decisive action, and not everybody was always happy. But like, if you were to ask people in Campbell County now, people in Campbell County now would not know how to live without Camplex.
Yep, yep.
So,
All right. Thank you, Mark. Next.
Committee Chair, committee
I am.
members, my name is Justin Farley. I'm the head of Advanced Casper, which is the economic development arm for Natrona County. Tough act to follow right there. That was extraordinarily well said. I would echo several of those points that were made, especially the healthcare side of things. The last time I was in front of this committee, it was it had to do with Radiant, which was brought up earlier today. Also, what was brought up earlier was economic development is a lot like a marathon. And I would say that's absolutely true, but keep in mind, both of those could make you throw up. So I'm going to dumb all this down a little bit after going for that. I'm going to make Rennie look really good. I wanted to speak to Mesa because it was also brought up earlier today. It wasn't just Wyoming Business Council dollars that went into that project. Evansville, the town of Evansville contributed. Our Economic Development Joint Powers Board contributed. Advanced Casper contributed to that. Both property owners contributed to that, and Mesa themselves to do infrastructure work on a multi-million-dollar facility that is being built by Caspar Building Systems, which is a local builder. So I think that's money well spent. To the point of the earlier speaker, there's always that chicken and egg, like how do we retain our youth? I have a son at University of Wyoming right now, and I have a daughter at Black Hills State University. Nobody's going to move here because there's no jobs. So earlier comments about jobs being the priority, I think is absolutely key. We have proven as a state that we are not growing organically. We need to Senator Netticott's earlier comments, I really believe that the Business Council should be a more outward-facing organization in recruiting those companies that make sense for Wyoming and bringing those families in that are buying those houses, that are putting kids in our school, that are growing our economy. I moved here to build a business. The old business statement, if you're not growing, you're dying. And we're going through that right now. I think that direction as to what companies make sense to us or what industry makes sense to us should come from the governor. I haven't heard any of the new candidates really, identify any of that, and I would hope that comes out. I think that's our number one salesperson. Like the CEO of our state should be going out and attracting those industries to come and look at Wyoming. Again, Wyoming isn't marketed that well. And Wyoming's not, Casper, Wyoming certainly isn't. Like, you have to really know something to Google Casper, Wyoming. And the information that you get on that, we've been trying to clean that up over the years. So again, there is a role, there's absolutely a role for state economic development organization. They do good things. There are programs in there that we can't afford to lose. So again, just thoughtfully go through that, and I appreciate your time.
Question for Justin. Question for Justin. No questions. Thank you, Justin. Next,
Mr. Chairman.
I am.
Excellent. My name is Rennie McKay. I'm the president of the Wyoming Business Alliance, and really glad to be here with all of you today. Spoke to you last interim somewhat on the same topic. It was the Wyoming Business Alliance that 30 years ago advocated for the creation of the Business Council. And if you don't know the Alliance, we represent businesses from every corner of the state and from every industry in the state, every size of business, are members. So we are kind of the businesses that are here now, and I'm glad to be here to speak on behalf of them. And so just to kind of wind in a little bit to it, right now our biggest focus is workforce, because that's what just about every business and every member is saying is their biggest constraint to growth is workforce and talent. So we did take on the Wyoming Innovation Partnership, as it will spin off from being a state-funded entity into being privately funded or federally through grants to help with workforce and then alignment between higher education, workforce programs, and industry needs. So we're really excited to be working on that right now. So here we are 30 years on, and the background that I've shared with you last year and that you've probably heard is the Business Alliance, leading business owners from across the state, came together because in the 1980s, we had lost 50,000 people. So we weren't just losing young people, our population had dropped by 50,000 in the 80s. A few of you remember that. It was extraordinarily impactful when you're talking about if you're not growing, you're dying. We were dying, right, in the 80s. So the business leaders of Wyoming came together and said, what is the best practice in the country for economic diversification and development? And studied that for a while and came up with the solution that was, the idea was a council of businesses should advise government about where you'd spend money to do economic diversification. So that's how you end up with the name of the Business Council. In the other big component that the businesses had back then in advocating was to try to diversify the tax base as well. So a couple of things that were at the forefront of the business community's mind 30 years ago that kind of lead us to this moment. So as you all have been diving into the future of the council, I've been working with my members to try to get input about what the businesses of Wyoming would like to see going forward. I think most overwhelmingly is that they really truly believe that we need to have a state economic development entity. So we're very much in favor of keeping the entity. There is a little bit of a desire for a name change. Some of that's selfish because there gets to be confusion with the Business Alliance and the Business Council. But I think there's a little bit of clarity of mission as well if you do change the name as you go forward. So that's just one thing from us. And I think just to share a couple other pieces of input and kind of what we're seeing. So again, really strong support for the existence of a business council. And also definitely the businesses of Wyoming, they don't all need help. But they certainly want to hear more from the business council and engage more in that conversation. So that's a big thing going forward. And then I think more deliberate coordination. There's a lot of questions here, I think, that speak to this, right? Is what does each agency have a role in, especially as we are an energy state, and especially how much that drives our economic successes. So I think specifically our proposals that we would bring forward to date, and love to continue the dialogue with you as you work through this interim. But I think there is an opportunity for more support for the existing businesses in Wyoming. And I think as that looks like that front door for businesses. Because again, I think our biggest economic drivers are normally folks that are already here, that have been invested in Wyoming for a while and are going to make other big investments in Wyoming. I've been trying to count up how many billion-dollar projects do I know of in Wyoming right now, and there are quite a few. Those are all going to have big impacts on Wyoming's future and our economic activity. How does that affect workforce? How does that affect power rates? How does that affect resource use? All of those things are big questions that I think we have with those projects. And again, to have that council that provides that input and guidance along the way is going to be helpful to policymakers like yourselves and also the business community like us. So I think that opportunity to work alongside the big projects and then one other part of that would be to coordinate, I think, with the Energy Authority in particular. So there's a very clear delineation of roles and alignment of strategy about who's doing what, especially when these big projects, these big economic boosts that are all mostly privately funded, overlap between energy and just overall economic development. But when we're talking about workforce, who is going to play which role in supporting that project, and I think giving some input about how to make sure that we do align workforce needs and community needs with that project. And then I think another thing we're hearing from our members is just looking at the outcomes and metrics. I think you all have talked about that a lot. I think having a lot more clarity in that dashboard, business folks just really do like to hear about return on investment. And so when we're having these conversations about, you know, this program or that program, just making sure that that's really available and easy to find. And then also, I think, to have more conversation between the business community and the business council so everybody can understand, because the business community certainly wants to see this growth because, again, we need growth or the businesses perish. So those are a few of our early thoughts, Mr. Chairman, but just would really like to stay engaged in this conversation with you to represent the existing businesses of Wyoming throughout the interim.
Good. We'd like to have you stay engaged. Any questions for Rennie? Any questions for Rennie? All right. Thank you, Rennie.
Mr. Chairman.
Huh? Oh, one here. Here, we got a question.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McKay, I thank you for talking with your members and identifying those priorities for them. I heard you say their number one priority is workforce. And so what resources in Wyoming are they looking for to assist in recruiting or attaining workforce? And what more specifically is the challenges that they identify under the umbrella of workforce?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure, go ahead, Rennie. Answer that, will you?
I will try. Thank you. So under workforce, really, we've broken it down into housing, childcare, education and skill development, and then recruitment and retention generally. And it is remarkable. toured and talked to businesses in every county last year. So we were in Lusk, and the workforce needs and challenges in Lusk are a lot different than they are even in Douglas, let alone in Cheyenne or Casper or Jackson. But certainly there's overlap with all four of them. There's a need for childcare in Lusk in a really bad way right now, just as there is in Jackson. How to provide it, and the answers do get fairly complicated fairly quickly. But we're really trying to dive into those four spaces. I will say the Business Council has been very helpful on looking at a lot of those in terms of policies. But, you know, the taking on the Wyoming Innovation Partnership has been big for us too, because that, I think we're really seeing some great progress in when you've got a need for, let's call it electricians in Wyoming, which I think we all know exists today and is going to get more significant. How are the colleges responding? What's the alignment between the colleges to make sure that they are as efficiently as possible delivering that sort of skill development? And, you know, an electrician is a classic example. It's a much different type of education to get somebody to become an electrician than it is to get somebody to become an engineer. The pathways can weave a little bit, and there's different entry points and exit points as well. But and you've got needs along the way that are really important. So that we are really trying to find that alignment of both what we're doing in higher education and then trying to take on a few of the policy questions around housing and childcare in particular.
Is that it? Is that all you're going to answer?
That's it. I could go for days. Mr. Chairman, we're creating a guidebook on this issue for our members, and it's going to be about 100 pages long. So I will bring that to you at your next meeting as an example, but I'll stop there unless you've got more questions about workforce, because we can
Another
go
question
for
here.
99 more pages.
Representative Lawley's got a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Rennie, for being here. Kind of following up on the workforce services, do you see yet any movement on some of the work the legislature has done in the last 4 to 6 years and working in the community college space, flexibility, opening up CT space and places for that through pathways in our public school system? Are you starting to see some fruit of that? Because I think we've been trying to work on this. I know some of it's been slow, very incremental, but I just wonder if you're seeing some fruit from that.
Mr. Chairman, I would say yes, it's starting, but it is, you know, we are in an extraordinarily challenging time, right? While we're losing more young people than ever, the high school populations are in decline right now across Wyoming. And actually the 2025 graduating class in America was the largest it will ever be, at least for the next 18 years. So we're losing high school kids at the time we need more of them. And then we're trying to get to the skill development. But I think we're starting to really see some really positive movement, I would say, on workforce and this. And I think we have to be so responsive in this moment because the needs emerge quickly. And, you know, when you talk about accreditation out of a college, that's a 18-month process, I believe. So if you need a new certificate program, not a degree program necessarily, that's 18 months. So this is hard work, and but I think you all have done some great work to put some things in place to allow for funding in schools to get more to that CTE. I think 60% of all of the jobs that we're going to see we're going to require more of a trade skill than they are bachelor's degree in Wyoming's future. So it's definitely an alignment of resources towards needs.
Oh, follow up. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Another statistic I heard, and I can't quote the exact statistic, but I'll just say generally speaking, concerning the CTE jobs and the kids leaving Wyoming, that actually those skill sets, trade skills, we're losing them less. Let's see, how do I want to say it? We're not losing as many kids that have those skill sets as other degree areas and things that are leaving our state. Do you have any information on that? Because I think I've seen some things that might have been in terms of working with some local CTE teachers that were always and keeping me informed of things like that. But I think that there's some statistics that are starting to show that that's the area we do need most. The 60% number you mentioned of jobs openings in Wyoming now are CT related jobs. Very fascinating, important figure but also the fact that those are the jobs we are tending to keep. The kids are tending to stay here. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I would say yes, absolutely. That I'm seeing the same thing. And there is the dynamic that it is both sides of that coin is because most of the jobs that we have in demand right now require a trades degree. All of those kids who are graduating from the university, we don't have as many jobs for them because what our marketplace is demanding right now is not necessarily a degree in that space. That said, it's remarkable to me to talk to our engineering firms across Wyoming and how much they do want University of Wyoming students to stay here. But it is, again, are we getting enough kids in civil engineering rather in something else or petroleum engineering because that's what we need them in? So I would say yes. I think your stats are right. And then I think the other line is working with the Wyoming Innovation Partnership a lot over the last few years, and especially since we took it over last year. The idea of a pipeline, right, is it's so much easier to connect as an employer to your talent at the high school if you can employ them quickly. It's a little bit harder to meet a kid if they are from Worland and you're chatting with them and you want to employ them, but then you have to make sure they go get a bachelor's degree or maybe a master's degree, and then you want to bring them back to Worland, but you kind of lose touch with them for 4 to 6 years. Whereas if you're hiring someone and they could get the certification in high school, and we're starting to see kids graduate high school with CDLs, we're starting to see CNAs for healthcare come out of high schools. You can train them while they're in high school and then employ them immediately after as well. So that I think there's a stronger connection in that space too to create the workforce pipeline.
Mr. Chairman, real quick.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, go
One more
ahead.
time.
One more real quick. I just to tag on to that. You're absolutely right. I mean, I'm seeing that in my own community. And one of the keys is business owners buying in and working with the districts and helping build their employee for the future. And that has been really key. And I'm sure many of your members participate in those programs. And that's been really key in Washakie County.
Great. Mr. Chairman, really quickly, I'll just say again, we're doing a lot of work on this. We got a private grant to do more work-based learning in high schools for this year. And so we're going to also try to have resources available for all businesses who want to host work-based learning so that they are better prepared to do that, and then also help educators. So one more thing we're working on that we can stay in touch with you too.
Representative Knapp had a question. Representative Knapp, are you ready?
I did. I think Martha's questions, just to follow up on that, because I do see up in our neck of the woods in Campbell County, we've spent, over a decade doing just that, is providing workers for the workforce based on what their need is. And that involves the trades, of course, CTE. And I think community colleges are better at specializing with that. At the university, you tend to see those higher level degrees that will migrate out of the state. Do you see a need for the university to make that pivot as well, or to continue with programs that chances are you do lose? Nursing is another one. When we had a nursing shortage, Campbell County attacked that aggressively with our nursing program and fulfilled those spots. So whether it's teachers, whether it's trade skills, whether it's things that fit Wyoming's economy now, to meet that need, do you feel like that's something that the university needs to take into consideration?
Go ahead, Rennie.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. This seat got hot. I would say yes. I think there's been progress. Again, it's hard for the university ship to turn quickly because of what happens with accreditation and some of those dynamics. But I do think, again, they're a great participant in the Wyoming Innovation Partnership. I think that is helping with alignment. I would point to the construction project management degree. That degree has been tweaked over the last few years to better align for Wyoming industry's needs. Because there was that ping-ponged a little bit. It was a great and very popular program, but a lot of the graduates were leaving Wyoming. They made some changes, and now more of their graduates are staying here. So I think it's a great point that we just kind of have to keep an eye on those things. Engineering and nursing are really important degrees right now for Wyoming. So is the College of Business. The accountants, all of those folks that are working in that space are in demand. So we do need them in Wyoming right now. It's also making sure there's a whole thing that I think the Business Council dives into too, is just community readiness, because those kids, I think Representative Weber asked about why they leave. The university asks them why they leave if they move somewhere else. And they obviously talk about salary that they're offered, but they talk about amenities where they're going to go live. And so amenities in those communities to help keep those graduates here is going to be really important as we move forward too.
Follow up.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In addressing some of the thoughts brought up by Mr. Christensen, do you have any ideas or solutions that involve those aspects of the high cost of insurance, which we're all dealing with, the housing costs that somewhat were brought on by materials and transportation costs and things like that? We are suffering from, I think, a delay of what was brought in previous administrations nationally, which did affect Wyoming. We're not in a bubble. But do you have any ideas how we can address those issues beyond deregulation and beyond government actually spending more and more in sectors that are typically private sectors and private markets?
Mr. Chairman. Healthcare is a really tough one, Chairman Happ. I think that was a really tricky policy to work into for any easy solutions. So I certainly hear it though. Boy, the cost of healthcare and health insurance is something that, especially this last 6 months, a lot more businesses were talking about their latest rates were going up. So I completely agree, and I think there's don't have anything ready for you today. Housing, I'd sure appreciated you voted for the zoning protest petition bill to move forward, even though it died that day. And corporations, thank you. That was a great idea and it stepped forward, but I think we didn't quite get there. So I would say that there are definitely some spaces on housing that we can do more. And I think it's Mr. Christensen talked about it. Is if you're going to private developer and you've got to pull all of the utilities and provide all of that infrastructure that is not on your private property, but you've got to get it there, you just drive up the costs so fast. So I think that's on housing. It's, can you get that arterial infrastructure available so that the private sector can build off of it on private land? And then I do think making sure that the ordinances and state laws are in place that allow developers to have a little bit more certainty to go faster, to bring down that price per lot, that per door that Mr. Christensen said was $100,000. So those are, yes, I've got ideas on that one.
Follow up, Representative Knapp?
No, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
No? Okay, thank you. Mr. Christensen?
Mr. Chairman, I want to add one thing on that housing discussion. I think there's two things that you could do relatively soon. One is where the Business Council is looking at arterial things, and that actually went to SLIB this last month and was voted down. I know that's one option. There's two others though. So a lot of states use TIF more effectively than we do. TIF doesn't work in Wyoming because you don't pay anything in tax. So like the increment is never enough to actually accomplish anything. So some states, what they will do though, is in addition to, so if I were to do a project in Colorado and I was looking at a blighted area downtown and I could do X number of things. So like they will give me a longer period. So like downtown, you can get like 7 years of TIF. If you go out to like Anschutz Medical Center, you can get 25 years of TIF. You can do real work with 25 years of tax increment financing. The other thing they do is, in addition to property tax, they will let you do it on the sales tax increment. So if that site was not generating any sales tax previously, and now say it's a hotel or it's something else that's generating a large amount, then that's there. Now, what they do with it that's different is they're more restrictive on what you can use it for. So like the way the TIF is structured there, it has to be like a public improvement. So they would usually do it if it's like a downtown development, they'll allow you to count like parking, or they'll let you count life safety systems, or they'll allow you to count certain things like that to accomplish it. On the residential lots, it's because the costs have gotten so high. So like as a developer though, most states, what they do is they do more with like what I would call a metro district, where the developer can shift part of that expense into something that's paid over time as opposed to in the lot price up front. So what you would usually see is like an improvement in service district, and we're really restrictive with how those can operate inside a city limit. But a lot of other places would go like it gets accepted, and then the metro district gets placed on top of it to recapture the infrastructure cost. So then when that lot is purchased, it's at a lower price up front, but that infrastructure is paid over time. And like, those are a couple of things that you could do that I think would make meaningful impact immediately. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. One question down here. Cooper. Senator
Thank you.
Cooper.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. McKay, a constituent of mine recently brought concerns to me regarding minimum wage in Wyoming at $7.25 per hour. Do you have any thoughts on whether that has a positive or a negative effect on our workforce growth, and if there should be adjustments to it, or just your thoughts on that?
Mr. Chairman, I would say, I do not know that there are hardly any businesses that are anywhere near that. It is not, you're not competitive if that's where you're paying. So I don't think that there's any issue with our minimum wage right now. On the housing issue, one of the things that hit me really hard, we were in Douglas last year and we're talking to them about their housing issue, and they have some of the federally designated affordable housing for low-income housing, and they're sitting empty right now in Douglas because nobody has a low enough income there to qualify. So they have a huge housing problem, but there's spots that are empty in that space. And so, again, we're paying in most places. I think we're paying very well, and it's a good competition in the marketplace. And I don't think we have that many people who are in that space where the minimum wage comes into play at all.
Follow up? Nope. Thank you, Rennie. Next is Mr. Sweeney.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee. So I listened in earlier today and appreciated the comments, and wanted to tie on to Senator Nettercott's sentiments on, looking at this holistically, and what can we drill down and take on as a committee and as state government. There definitely is a role for the Business Council, and to wholesale try to cut it out of state government just didn't make any sense to me. And I'm thankful for those that voted to put that back in the budget at a very limited time period. And then thankful the governor extended that out for 2 years, because it's going to take that much time to get this right. Justin, I'm very familiar with Mesa, and it's a great project that is very near and dear to my heart. I tried to be an initial investor, but we do own, my business partner and myself own the original building that they came into after the split with the other company. They started in our building with about 35 employees. Currently, just in Natrona County, they're somewhere, it fluctuates day to day, between 380 and 400 employees. And I just texted one of my contacts in the first quarter of this year, of next year, by next year, first quarter, with the new building, they will need and put on another 100 employees. So my belief is on the business-ready community portion, which Mr. Farley represented on that, I believe it was right around 8.9 million. In Evansville, it went to Evansville for infrastructure. Evansville needed that help, didn't have the money available. They have their own water treatment and facility. And so how else would that business park have come to pass? And it's been, I've also recently learned that that building, which is the main shop, is 200,000 square foot. In relationship, the office building, I don't think is all that large in comparison, but they're also looking at dry storage, cold storage for some of the other parts and pieces of the business of about another 50,000 square feet. That all could have left Wyoming, and because they had other spots that were interested in the business. They're in many, many states now, including Pennsylvania, because of the demand for their generation units and their capabilities. So that building will end up someplace between 60 and 70 million. So to think the amount of jobs that are being created through that and keeping those jobs in Wyoming, and as Justin said, the general contractor on that was not from out of state. It's veteran-owned Caspar Building Systems right here in Casper, and Colton Sasser. He's used as many local contractors. I'm quite sure Mobile Concrete got all the concrete work on that job. There's crane companies, everything involved. And they were putting the gravel work, I think, was Grizzly here in Casper, but all of the paving, which got stopped because of the weather, but that's right here in Casper. So it's not, it helped our economy immensely here in Natrona County. To think that may have gone away over the 8.9 million or thereabouts that the state put in through the Business Council, through SLIB, I just think is would be a bad thing for the entire state. So with that, I also wanted to mention, you know, on some of the concepts around needing a developer because to work with. And for instance, some of the comments about Glen Rock. I know a gentleman that desperately wanted to put a meat packing plant and facility in Glen Rock. Had the property purchased, the steel building was on the ground, but he couldn't make it past Glen Rock's sewer system, could not, was old enough, needed help. He offered to help with the lagoons. You know, I was contacted. I was still in the legislature. We tried to work with the community to help put some grants forward, work with the business council, and try to move things forward. That just didn't come to pass. On the possibility of a hotel down there, I can see the need. The problem is you've got to have a developer and somebody willing to put that kind of money up, even if the infrastructure is there. And so, lastly, I'd say on the healthcare front, I'm part of an organization called Healthy Wyoming. And I was disappointed. I know there was a lot of chatter about bear care, and what that was about was a bare essential program. It had nothing to do with the chairman of House Appropriations. And it was about if there was a catastrophic need, and yes, there are other programs out there, but this was going to be a self-sufficient program started up through the rural transformation money. That was taken out of the plan. I thought it was a great idea personally. The board of directors from Healthy Wyoming may not agree with me, so I'm not representing them, just myself. But we do have high rates, and a lot of things that the Business Council has helped with, both on the housing front and through business rate, community, and all of the other programs are so important to continue. At what level? Thankfully, I'm not part of the committee, but I ask everybody to keep an open mind to move us forward, because we absolutely need the Business Council. Thank you.
Question for Councilman Sweeney.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Sweeney, in the case of the manufacturer in front of you there, how many of those upcoming jobs do you suppose are unskilled entry-level jobs? Is it a significant number? As we're trying to bring younger people into the workforce, this seems like a great opportunity for somebody with just trying to build skills to go to work. Do you have any thoughts on how many unskilled labor jobs would be there?
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you, Senator. So Mesa, a few years ago, won an award. I think it's the Freedom Award. They competed nationally. It's for hiring veterans, and they are very oriented towards the military. Their CEO, CFO, COO are all former military and have been in the Guard here. But they, yes, they love some skill sets, but they train. They do a great job. It might be an entry-level job, but they quickly move them through the process. And they are working with Casper College on workforce development. The new building will even have more needs. And part of the design at one point They were working with designers that had worked on big projects with Toyota and other folks. But I don't know how much robotics will actually end up, because I think they found it was going to be a little more costly and not as effective for their needs. But yes, there is a need, but they also believe in developing from within.
Follow up?
No, Mr. Chairman, that's exactly the answer I was looking for. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Sweeney.
you. Any questions? Other questions? Thank you. Thank you, Sweeney. Mr. Sweeney? Yes, you're next.
Mr. Vice Chairman, thank you very much. Kent Connolly, Lincoln County Commissioner. I appreciate where this conversation is going, because you're dealing with about the 20 subjects I deal with every day. I live in the Southwest. We are the home of the Lewis boom. We've got one nuclear power plant under construction right now. We get 1,600 more workers in there, 500 already on site. Jonah, when we had Jonah down there, was 5,000 a day. We will top that in this production down there in 3 or 4 different companies. I think when a former commissioner spoke here, he talked about trying to get a house, excuse me, on a lot. You can't get one touched in Kemmer, Wyoming for less than 120,000 with infrastructure in it. We're not a big town. It's hard and remote to get it in there. So when we talk affordable housing and how you get it, water and sewer issues and roads in Wyoming is in the toilet. And I don't say that lightly, because it is. I deal with 7 of my 9 cities right now that have got issues with it. Are they telling you can get by? Yeah, they tell you to get by, but they can't get any new construction going. Kemmer, where I live, they're going to attempt to build 2,500 homes. We had to react as a county to the Wyoming Business Council to get a loan or get the money to bank load and create a sewer system outside of Kemmer to try to pick up with the growth that's going on there. I can't speak loud enough how well they work together in there, but consensus block grant funding is the best way I've ever had access to money to the people in my county in 20 years. That's all there is to it. You put the money to us. I have 9 mayors and me sitting in the room, or one of my another county commissioner, excuse me, tongue-tied, and that forces you together. But it's also 9 audit trails on a city and 9 audit trails on a county. If that isn't good enough, I want to know what is. Okay, sorry, put in that context. Education, absolutely. Senator Nethercott, you've got to do something in the rural areas. Absolutely something. Western Wyoming, where I'm at, I'll say it loud enough, they got to branch out, you got to make it more. But you've also got to come up with what these kids need to play in our sandbox. I worked 29 years in the coal industry. I never worked for a graduate of the University of Wyoming that had a mining degree. Mining, by the way, packed the bills in this state for the last 50, 60 years. And I'm around it right now, and people are saying it's slowing down, which it has. But it's still one of the leaders in the state. You've got to do something to get skills in your high school kids coming out of school into college, because it was listed, I think 70%, if I remember right what he said on the study he knew. I'll tell you right now, 65% of the kids in Kemmer High School are gone within less than a year. You know? And when I hear they're coming back, maybe 25, 30%, but it's sometimes as much as 10 years. I would like to see my grandkids stay here, because that deals with health, and I'll speak to it right now. I just had to drive 120 miles out of my town because they don't have a hospital that'll deliver babies in southwestern Wyoming. That's where my 4th great-grandchild just got born. I shouldn't have to go to Utah to watch my kids be born. That's all there is to it. But the Wyoming Business Council does a very good job of putting stuff together for smaller towns. You can relate that very simply this. Your 5 super riches, or maybe 6 or 7, have got the money to form ED groups. I don't. We struggle with it. Your bottom 5 on the other end of the spectrum, absolutely, they don't even think about it unless they can form with other people. So how do you give us all the same advantage at the playing field of keeping a workforce? Apprenticeship programs need to be an incentive in this state, because that's what it is. A Rocky Mountain power plant right now, you have to get Allen Bradley training. I don't care how many degrees you got. By the way, an electrical engineer at Rocky Mountain Power sites in the last 2 years, they've had 44 of them fail their entry-level test. And this is the stuff I hear from CEOs. Same thing from Exxon Corporation. I need them skilled in this. And he also mentioned, I believe, the average salary. The TerraPower new facility average salary will be $95,000 a year. Are we building houses in Cameron? No, we're way behind the curve. We should be. But water and sewer is my number one for the moment in there. But in overruns, so you keep up with the thing, took me 4 years to be able to turn off in the middle of Star Valley and go up and down because the overrun on costs on roads right now was supposed to be $2.6 million, went to 4.6 to pay for it. And so having that reach, being able to help those, it's got to come from somewhere. The consensus block worked, and I hope I make that point clear. And medical care, somehow we've got to change it for everybody if you want workers. Number one thing I get asked by a CEO that comes into the town of Cameron, I've had 30 in the last 90 days, by the way. Your quality of life isn't good enough here. Your hospital isn't good enough. Those are the 1 and 2 things they tell me. Workforce is third, but why don't they worry about it that bad? They'll import them. Should we be importing workers into this place or creating places for them to live and stay here? TerraPower right now will employ 300 people when they're finished. I'll have the construction workforce of 2,500 in there. They were only able to find 5 homes in the town of Cameron. They're all scattered in different places, but they're also coming in and out of state. We got used to it because of the Rocky Mountain Power, how they handled their overhauls. We got to come out of the different mode of just watching them come and go. We need an education system, and I adore with some of the things that are going on at University of Wyoming, but we're not teaching the trades. In the area I'm at, a lot of the tradespeople make more money than a college degree. That's all there is to it. That's where the money's at. I'd stand for questions. Anybody have one?
Representative Campbell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here today, Commissioner. I want to ask, because I have a couple quick questions. When did Natrium start? How many years has it been since we've known about Natrium in Cameron, Wyoming?
Commissioner?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman. It's been basically going in place for almost 8 years. For the preliminary notifications that they were trying to build it. And then as a commissioner, when somebody comes into my county, the first thing I do is pull up a map. When land changes, so basically to answer your question, we've known for it for at least 5 years.
Follow up, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Commissioner. So what I'm going to understand is you've known about this for 5 to 8 years. Would you say right now that the community is prepared for, are they ready, are they field ready for this, for these construction workers to come in and break ground tomorrow?
Chairman?
We've already broke ground 3 years ago, but no, they weren't prepared.
I was going to say, so right now they've already broke ground and right now we're just working on infrastructure. Is that correct? We're trying to get our infrastructure lined out so we can move ahead. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you, sir. No more questions.
And part of that is funding. It takes a long time to get funding. Is that right, Chairman?
Consensus block works simply this way. You put the burden on us to spend it right. And that's why it was. And so the sewer system in my city, they're saying they need 70 million to switch it. The package plant we're bringing in to create a smaller one that you can add on to, we're pulling it off through the Wyoming Business Council for 5.2 million. And so the technology, I don't have a big city. I have just 2,400 where I live in Cameron. That's it. And I have 9 cities. None of these have the ability to go build $50 million sewer plants, add on to water lines or roads.
And the wastewater treatment plant, you've been working on that constraint for 4 or 5 years now. So you're still working on it just because there's no easy solution.
Correct, Mr. Chairman.
All right.
And they basically, the county did the studies for everybody on it. So we've been trying to step in the interim and deal with what we step in on. But you just can't, and I don't say this just about Lincoln County. I know enough of the surrounding counties. You got a lot of cities in trouble on water, sewer and stuff. Give us the opportunity to try to fix it on our own without going broke.
Yes, Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you again, Commissioner. I guess where I would like to ask is, you've spoken quite highly of the Wyoming Business Council. Would you have belief that they have the expertise to help small towns such as yours? Because you don't have the resources. There's a lot of small Wyoming towns that do not have the resources. So I guess what I'm asking is, you are saying that the Wyoming Business Council has got expertise at their avail for you to help you navigate through a lot of this process. Is that a fair statement?
Mr. Chairman. Yes, I would say that. And it's from experience. I've watched them operate on different levels. It wasn't my first rodeo going in front of them. I've been a commissioner for 20 years. And those small towns just can't afford to go out and pay people to go get the data and understand the system of how you go wind up eventually to SLIB. They just don't have those resources. And not only that, they're volunteers.
That's follow up real quick, Mr. Chair.
Yes.
So could have we been in a better circumstance if we would have brought the Wyoming Business Council in to help you guys 5 years ago when we were first hearing about this project? Would it have been of benefit for that expertise at that time as opposed to now?
Mr. Chairman, I would say so, except 5 years ago, we were in pandemic. And so that put a bog down in everything else. And so, and not only the ARPA money and everything else with income, we used it like block grant funding. We went out and had a consensus of our people, and that's how we redistributed in my county. And that's why I speak on more than one level. If we hadn't got the ARPA money, I'd have never got where we're at today. I mean, that's all there is to it, because that filled that void. I thought it would fill the void for the hospitals, but the hospitals operating, there's just too much there in hospitals. But we got to do a better job on hospitals. Sorry.
Yes. Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
All right. Any other questions for Chairman Conley? He's County Commissioner Chairman. All right. Thank you for being here. It's a long trip from Kemmer, Wyoming. And we have another one, long trip from Cheyenne,
That's right.
originally from Star Valley.
Mr. Chairman, thank you so much. And I'm breaking my promise. I said I wasn't going to say anything, but it will be pretty short. First of all, thank you for taking the subject on. As you know, the governor said all along how important, Randall Luthi, Policy Director for Governor of Wyoming. The governor said all along that it's actually vital that we maintain a statewide economic development organization. So I appreciate you taking on the fact of what changes really do to bring it up to date, renovate, reimagine. The governor, as you know, has announced that he won't be seeking a third term, but I come to you with a promise from him that he would very much, even though he extended the time out for us all to work on this, he will work very hard with all of you to see that we have some kind of a statutory and policy changes in place so that he can hand it over to the next governor. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions for the governor's office through Mr. Luthi? Yes, please.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Luthi, when was the last time the governor attended a business council meeting?
Executive session not long ago, but to be frank, I could not tell you the date.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Luthi, this actually falls within the executive branch, this Wyoming Business Council. So being that what it is, does the governor or does the governor's office have some suggestions how they would like to see this structure changed, or anything that we've been talking about today? I would love to have the comments or suggestions from the governor's office.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And we have been working with the board. We gave them some specific directions as they prepared for this meeting, but we would be happy to kind of round that up and actually give you something official.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Representative Campbell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, Mr. Luthi. There is a lot of overlap that I have seen between the SLIB board and the Industrial Siting Council and the Wyoming Business Council. So I would like to ask that moving forward, that be something that we be looking to address from the executive point of view, if we could.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell, thank you for that suggestion.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? Thank you, Mr. Luthi. I knew you'd find an opportunity to lend to our meeting here.
Really, Mr. Chairman, I needed your last panel to be full of white hair. That was really the reason.
Well, all right, thank you. Any other public comment? Another bite at the apple, Mr. Mayor. Anyone other than that wants to, we want to hear everybody that wants to provide the input.
And
This
Mr. Chairman,
testimony.
just as a reminder, we have a couple online.
Oh, okay. All right. Mayor, real quick, and then we'll get to those online.
Kemmer is a small town. They're the 25th largest municipality in the state of Wyoming. So they're in the top 25%. The top third are 1,651 foot or 51 people or larger. That's in the top third. The medium third runs from 356 to 1,644 people. That's mid-sized Wyoming. I just wanted to bring this up. Only 11% are above 10,000 people in the state of Wyoming. So when we're trying to put this together, I just want to keep that in mind. Shoshone, we're a mid-sized municipality in the crossroads of Wyoming. So just when you're keeping this in mind, trying to make it fit statewide, keep that in mind. Whatever solution, I know it's pretty hard to figure this out because I don't know what needs to be done, but just keep that in mind. I just wanted to just listening to the county commissioner talking about over there in Kemmer, I just wanted to bring that up is all.
All right. All right. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you for that.
All right. Thank you. All right. Let's go online now. Heather?
Mr. Chairman, first we have Beth Blackwell.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Yes, please proceed.
Awesome.
Introduce yourself and please proceed.
All right. My name is Beth Blackwell. I serve as a grant and loan specialist for the city of Newcastle. Prior to this role, I worked for 13 years as a grant and loan manager for the Office of State Lands and Investments. In that position, I saw firsthand the wide range of needs across Wyoming communities and just how different those needs can be from place to place. Now working directly for a municipality, I'm truly in the weeds and learning firsthand how difficult it is to get critical projects funded and completed. Wyoming has long been praised for its favorable tax climate and small population, yet these same characteristics are now fueling a financial storm that threatens the stability of our communities. To put this in perspective, Wyoming's entire population is roughly equal to that of a single city such as Baltimore, Milwaukee, Albuquerque, Tucson, Fresno, or even Aurora, Colorado. Yet we cover a vastly larger geographical area. These cities can achieve economics of scale that simply do not exist in Wyoming due to the lack of population. This disparity places our communities at a severe disadvantage when it comes to generating enough revenue to build, maintain, and replace infrastructure. For example, there are only about 7 water systems in Wyoming that serve populations greater than 10,000, while the average water system serves roughly 220 users. This makes day-to-day operations challenging, let alone saving for major capital improvements. The effects of these challenges are already visible across the state. Given the high cost of infrastructure, Wyoming rural characteristic and its limited population, small communities are often forced to stretch projects over 5 to 10 years. This delay increases costs and postpones critical infrastructure improvements. A 25% reduction in property taxes may sound modest, but its impacts have been significant. Property tax fund backbone of local government. Roads, emergency services, and schools, all things that are required to be provided by municipalities. As a result, park maintenance is falling behind. Annual chip seal projects that extend road life are being canceled, and full-time municipal positions are going vacant or converted to part-time roles. Municipalities are being squeezed from all sides with fewer revenue sources and increasing costs driven by inflation. Prior to 2020, the cost of installing 1 foot of water line was approximately $200. During the most recent legislative session, I reported that the cost had risen to over $500 per foot. Based on Newcastle's most recent project, the current cost has exceeded $650 per foot of new water line to be installed. Furthermore, new regulation requirements will have a drastic impact on the state's system and their financial viability. Many Wyoming municipalities have part-time mayors, including Newcastle, whose leaders balance full-time jobs with public service. In many small towns, there are barely enough staff to keep operations going and running. I often say in small communities, the same 3 people do most of the work. Generally, that's your clerk treasurer. Usually it's the same person doing both jobs, a public works director or supervisor, and generally one other person. Sometimes you will call those town halls and the clerk will be out shoveling the walk because once again, the same 3 people are doing the majority of the work in a community. These communities rarely have the capacity to undertake the planning necessary for successful projects. As a result, they rely heavily on consultants who may or may not have the community's long-term interest in mind. The Business Council could take lessons learned on the trip to Utah in 2024 and findings from the Pathway to Prosperity project with the Harvard Growth Lab and train some of their staff to become urban planners so that they can sit at the table with our communities and help them plan. And not just plan short term, but big term, long term. Look at 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. When I began my work at OSLI, projects were frequently co-funded with the Business Council. Mineral royalty grants, countywide consensus grants, drinking water and clean water state revolving fund loans, Joint Power Act loans were regularly paired with funding from the Business Council. As the emphasis shift towards proving return on investment, those co-funded projects became increasingly rare, even though they were often the only way rural communities could move projects forward. There is no way to really determine the ROI on providing clean drinking water, ensuring wastewater is being treated appropriately. Does the ROI calculation include the benefit of these infrastructure projects to tourism? The Wyoming Business Council has the ability to work with public-private partnerships that OSLI cannot due to constitutional constraints. I spent nearly 3 years working with Kimmer and Lincoln County to address infrastructure and housing needs in advance of the proposed nuclear plant. The program I attempted to use was the Capital Construction Loan Program created in 2018 with favorable terms, a 1% interest rate for a 5-year loan, increasing incrementally to 2.5% for a 25-year loan. The program began gaining momentum, but in 2022, the legislature tied interest rates to the U.S. Treasury yield. Today, a 5-year rate hovers around 4% and a 25-year rate around 4.6%, rendering the program effectively unaffordable for municipalities. Amending this program to reduce interest rates, adding housing as an eligible use, and potentially placing it under the Business Council would allow it to better support both public projects and public-private partnerships. Additionally, many consultants avoid the use of clean water and drinking water state revolving fund programs due to the federal requirements, which may increase project costs by as much as 25%. While these programs remain important, they are not always realistic or accessible options for rural communities. A truly business-ready community has essential infrastructure, available housing, and the financial tools necessary to support growth. Any project that improves these fundamental elements should be considered economic development. During my 12 years as a bank examiner, which included the 2008 financial crisis, I learned that you can't compare Wyoming's housing to any other state. The values of homes in Wyoming generally stay steady or increase. We don't have the drastic decrease in values as seen elsewhere. The simple reason is supply and demand. There isn't enough available housing to keep the prices at an affordable level. Newcastle and Upton have joined forces to work together to address the housing shortage in the area by dealing with infill, renovating dilapidated properties already in the community footprint that don't require a large investment into infrastructure to either clean the lots or create livable housing, then selling them and reinvesting the sales proceeds into the communities. We hope this concept will serve as an example of how two communities can work together, both coming out better. Additionally, the hope is this concept can be expanded to a statewide effort, as all communities have dilapidated properties that could be purchased, renovated, leased, and or sold. It is important to note the difference between the types of projects that are funded through the Office of State Lands and Investments and ultimately approved by SLIB. Those projects are required to go to cities, towns, counties, special districts, joint powers boards, essentially governmental entities. The economic impact is not a required element to be considered when funding those projects. Finally, it is important to recognize that every dollar invested locally generates an estimated 7-fold return within the community, strengthening both infrastructure and economic development, economic activity. I stand for any questions.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Blackwell. Any questions? Not seeing any. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Mr. Chairman, next we have Mayor Collins.
Okay, Mayor?
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee.
Yes, please introduce yourself and proceed.
My name is Patrick Collins. I'm the mayor of the city of Cheyenne. You know, I'm really excited about the discussion that I'm hearing today. I missed a little bit this morning getting ready for our city council meeting today, but a couple of things have happened in the last few weeks that maybe impacted me a little bit when it comes to economic development. One of those was I attended the banquet for the 40-year anniversary of Cheyenne Leads. And in the whole history of Cheyenne Leads, we only had 3 CEOs. And we've had just that real steady direction. In our community, even though we've had sometimes 2 and 3 years where no new companies came to Cheyenne, we didn't stop working, trying to make sure our city was ready when an opportunity came before it. And today we're seeing incredible success because of that. And so to me, economic development, we've got to have a steady hand. We can't give up. We have to stay the course in order to be successful. So when opportunities come, we're ready to capture those. And then we had a WHAM meeting. Our region is Albany County, Goshen County, Platte County, and Laramie County. And the folks in Torrington were talking about one of the binding constraints for them is power. They have 16 lots left and trying to get power to those lots to be able to bring new businesses in was one of their binding constraints. For us, it's workforce housing and making sure that whatever we do is flexible. One size fits all just isn't going to, from my perspective, do it when it comes to economic development, that we really need to make sure that whatever we do recognizes the changes and the challenges each individual community has, and then allows us to be able to go after those. We talked a little earlier about keeping our kids here in Wyoming, and I read that Wyoming Business Council report, and unfortunately for me, I have a son living in Reno, Nevada, and one living in Bismarck, North Dakota, because that's where the jobs were. And I think jobs is one of the biggest reasons that kids leave. But I also think it comes down to housing choices. That article talked about having a variety of housing choices where kids could choose to live in a downtown or a more urban area. And we don't have a lot of those in Wyoming. And then the last thing that I read and I really taken to heart is amenities. You know, it blows like crazy here in the wintertime. And if we don't have places for young families to be able to go in the wintertime, indoor soccer fields, basketball courts, all of those types of amenities, we're not going to be successful. So we're working hard on the jobs. We're working hard on the housing, but for me, I think a challenge that we're going to have to address is how do we create the amenities so young families can see themselves raising their children here, because there's places for them to take them and do in those dark months when the wind is blowing and it's cold here. So I'm excited about the conversation. I think having a statewide economic development agency is really important, but I also think that it's important to recognize too, the way you close those deals is having strong local economic development agencies like Cheyenne leads. They can bring it here, but you've got to have somebody that knows the ground that you're working on and can put all together the people and the resources to be able to close the deal. So I appreciate your time and thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor Collins. Any questions for the mayor? Seeing none, Mr. Mayor, in many of the conversations I've had in my communities about economic development, the reoccurring comment is, how do we become like the Cheyenne leads? How do we develop something like that? And most of the time what I hear is we should have started 20 years ago. So appreciate the success you've had there in Cheyenne. And it's because you had the initiative to start 40 years ago. And I'm sure it started slow, but everyone sees your success now.
But sir, it's never too late to start, right? You got to start sometime. And for us, it was the business people actually getting together and saying, we've got to create some jobs. And they put leads together, and the city and the county have become partners in that. And that 140 businesses that every month pay a membership fee gives us the capital to be able to put the team together. That's what it's going to take. And very proud of what's happened here in Cheyenne.
Thank you. Best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. Second best time is today.
Amen, brother.
All right. Any others online? All right, we will close public comment with that. Committee, what's your pleasure? Committee directives. Well, seeing that I guess I'm going to be the first one up then. What I would propose and what I would like to propose is that we have LSO do a white paper for us, comparing what surrounding states are doing for economic development. And then we've also heard today about the Wyoming Business Council is doing an internal review. We saw that in the slide deck. A couple of the things that they've got on that slide is they'll review all programs for their effectiveness. Is A, B, look for partners that could execute programs better. And on the slide, it says for C is what programs with low effectiveness that could be stopped. But I would also add a D, what statutory changes are needed. And E, how can we help existing businesses that are already in Wyoming that maybe need some help? Maybe finding employees. We've heard that a couple of times today. They're having a hard time recruiting employees. And then the third item I've got on my list is governor's recommendations. Let's hear from our chief executive officer. This is their office, department within their branch of government. Let's hear what their recommendations are. Representative Campbell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Because we do have some considerations moving forward and we've broached some ideas, I would like to at least suggest that we have members from the different bodies that would work with the Business Council and perhaps with the Executive Office to where we're all abreast and we have some sort of semblance of what we're doing moving forward. Hopefully we can do this in a team effort.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other thoughts? This is, so we want to prepare for our next meeting so that we can narrow the focus a little bit. We've been very broad so far. Representative Knapp, I see your hand just came up.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, one thing that I heard consistently is a positive feeling towards moving back towards consensus grants, and what that might look like in one of those items under your white paper, of what can be not taken away, but maybe moved.
Okay. And I think the Appropriations Committee is looking at consensus block grants and so I don't want to overlap there, but that would be a good thing that maybe the LSL can give us some feedback on.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. Pursuant to Management Council's directives, the Appropriations Committee is restricted to only determining the appropriations associated with those programs, and this committee is responsible for the substance. And so recognizing this continuing concern over consensus grant programs for local communities, and here's what I would propose. I would move or ask the chairman to put on the agenda the session laws that contain the program for the consensus grant program for a bill draft so that that can go into statute. And so that is a bill for our consideration at the next meeting. And so, Mr. Chairman, if you would like a motion, I'm happy to make that or turn that into a motion, or we can just have it on our agenda.
I second that as a motion, yeah.
It looks like it's a motion.
It's a motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
And so, Mr. Chairman, what I would ask to do is to have all of the stakeholders, particularly the Business Council and the Governor's Office and anyone else who cares, WAM and the counties most specifically, because this impacts you, is what particular changes need to be made to the current session law, or what will be that bill draft at our next meeting that needs to be changed moving forward. And then also what entity, because I actually don't want it to be the Wyoming Business Council, and I will intend to have an amendment prepared for some other entity to be responsible for funding infrastructure for local government programs. And we can allow the Business Council to be focused on economic development and allow a source of funding for sewer projects and other types of infrastructure related concerns that our small towns can't sustain themselves otherwise, be located somewhere else. And I think that could take some of the heat off of the Business Council, and also take them out of the business of operating small towns and counties, and allow that to be maybe in a different type of entity. So just for your consideration, that may or may not go, but I do think that requires your consideration, and we start moving that ball more directly forward. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So Senator, there is already in statute the consensus grant program. So are you proposing that we revise that, or do we, because it's just not funded right now? So do you want to just bring that statute back so we can review it, or what?
Mr. Fuller?
Another comment?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'll have to do a little more digging in the statutes. My understanding with those programs, this was a time-limited program. The last time the legislature did this, and I believe it was a session law, was in 2014.
Okay.
And so I'll do some digging. I'll see if there are current statutes, but basically, in line with the committee's motion, I'll prepare a bill draft to make sure that whatever's in that session law would be placed in statute.
Good. That was a unanimous vote too. Thank you, Senator. Yes, Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for clarification, on the list that you went through, would you say in your mind it included the comments by Senator Rothfuss about narrowing in on the programs that exist and a certain amount of information that we wanted about those programs? Because I didn't hear that in that list, but it could have been included in something. But I think that should be a committee directive as well.
Yes, that's good detail. I personally, I was very surprised at all the programs that they have in their stewardship. It's a huge amount.
Yes.
That is cumbersome at the best. And so part of their internal review is to review all programs for their effectiveness. And we need to look at all of those programs, what ones are being utilized and which ones are not.
Yes, I think my point is that Senator Rothfuss had a good point about specific information that we as this committee would like to receive about those, not just what they do, but there were some specific things mentioned. And I had thrown in there how it might affect particularly smaller rural communities, but there was some essence about each of those programs. So I just want to make sure we were capturing that as well.
And I've got some head nods that is being captured.
Okay.
All right. Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Because of the volume of programs that there is, I agree. I took Senator Rothfuss' input this morning that there were many of these programs that are successes. And so if we could, for expedition's sake, in the mission of this committee, kind of, we don't have to concentrate so much on the success stories. We need to focus on the ones that have problems to where we can kind of weed those out. As Senator Rothfuss had said, there are many programs that are very successful. So to expedite things, we really don't need to focus a whole lot of time and effort on that with just 2 more meetings available to us. I think that if we thin the herd a little bit, that would expedite things.
That's great. Great comment. What's working well, don't touch.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Senator.
thank you. Just to share with the committee and the public potentially to help clarify what might be at our next meeting. When we were offline, a number of us more specifically asked for materials from the Business Council at the next meeting, which would be more of a chart presentation where a listing of every single program, the appropriation associated with every single program, the date that it was created, the entities, public or private, that have utilized that program, which might be a very large column, and then potentially a recommendation for what needs to occur with that program. And there will be another column with their relevant statutory provision. So that will be hopefully and expected at our next meeting as part of our meeting materials.
And Director, don't be afraid to say this program needs to sunset and this one needs to continue. You have a long list of programs, and there's nothing wrong with sunsetting some of those.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes,
Comment.
Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think it would be important for the people in Wyoming also, what I have been hearing is to maybe have a column on this sheet about the programs, or at least maybe by county even, what has been done, what was successful, what wasn't, what came out of it. Do we still have property on there? Is there a building? Is there something physical there? Is there anything outstanding there? But to kind of see more of the transparency from the point of view of the taxpayers. Thank you.
Okay. Any other comments, directives? Mr. Fuller?
So, Mr. Chairman, just one more note, I think from our end. Our next meeting is scheduled for June 4th and 5th. So approximately 5 weeks. So it's a pretty compressed time frame. One note I would just make for all of the relevant parties is that materials would need to be turned in and completed by May 20th.
So we got 4 weeks.
That's right, Mr. Chairman.
Director, are you already in this process so you can manage that 4-week time frame? Okay, great. Mr. Luthi? And I know you're very busy in your office, and that's why I ask if this is doable. Okay. All right. Anything else? So let it be written, so let it be done. All right, we'll move along then to the next topic of our discussion is the industrial siting bonding and exemptions. And we have the good Senator Brian Boner coming up and Representative Lean. And they're bringing their green books. Thank you to everyone that's been here for our topic of Wyoming Business Council. This has been a very good conversation. I think it's going to be beneficial in the long run as we chart a course for the next 20 years and make it so it can be even bit more successful and impactful for the citizens in the state of Wyoming. So thank you for all your input. Remember, we're all pulling together. We're trying to yoke ourselves together to do what's best. All right. Senator, thank you for being here.
Yeah, thanks for having me, Mr. Chairman. Brian Boner, Senate District 2, covering Converse and Eastern and Toronto counties. Yeah, just like to pivot the discussion here and ask what happens when we actually see some economic development and we have the associated impacts with local government. That's why I'm here to talk to you about today with the bonding topic. Something that we've experienced recently, especially I think in the Toronto County, seems a little bit more significant, is maybe I'll back up a little bit. We'll say the Industrial Siting Council process does a lot of things. It analyzes the impacts that large industrial projects have on our communities, on our wildlife. I think there's 20+ state agencies that get involved in analyzing these projects overall. But another part of what they do, very importantly, is they take a portion of the sales and use tax associated with the equipment being placed in a particular area, and it redistributes it to affected local governments in the region. And so this goes back to the original purpose of the council. Back in the 70s, you have these large projects where maybe one, depending on what county the project was in, that county would get all of the funds, but you had these impacts in the surrounding counties as well. And we've seen that play out in central Wyoming, say a wind farm or a solar farm in Converse County is definitely going to impact in Toronto County and the municipalities and county here. So what we're talking about is that local distribution process, which, like I said, takes a portion, around 2% of the sales and use tax, and uses it to be redistributed to local government. And the challenge that we've had here is that some of this equipment that they want to buy, maybe it's a fire truck, maybe they need to work on a bridge. It takes a long time to actually get that equipment or to do that project. And the rub here is that we wait till the project actually starts to redistribute that sales tax. Equipment actually has to come, be put in place. The activity has to begin occurring for the distribution to actually take effect. And so what we're asking for here is the opportunity for the Industrial Siting Council to basically have some prepayments. Once a permit is issued, have them have that developer basically put a bond with the state government that would allow for those distributions up front. In the case that a county needs a fire truck or needs to work on a bridge, wherever the case may be. So they're not waiting until the project breaks ground. It's kind of silly, say a fire truck takes a year or two to order. It's kind of silly for, that to show up after the project has already been accomplished. When a lot of the activity, a lot of the risk, if you will, happens during the construction phase. So I think that's all that we're asking for. I'll try to be as brief as I can, get you back on schedule. And you'll see that this handout, you got an Industrial Development Information and Siting Act provided by DEQ. Not the nice slideshow, but just a little 2 or 3 page document. Has some suggested changes. I'll just go over that briefly. Mostly in Title 39 dealing with sales and use tax. We have this very long paragraph in both chapters that deal with how these local distributions are going to occur, and simply saying that the council may, and you might hear some input that should be a shall from our local county commissioners. They can basically reserve a portion of that to be distributed immediately upon authorization of the permit itself. So that's the proposed language as a starting point. You'll see that right now it's limited to 20%. I'm not sure that that's appropriate. Maybe 50% would just be better if there's any cap at all. Maybe all of it needs to be. It'd be hard to predetermine in statute what exactly that distribution is going to be up front or later on once the project actually breaks ground. So that's what DEQ has come up with in coordination with the Department of Revenue. That's as far as I've gotten. What state agencies are okay with it. I haven't talked to industry at all that may be affected by this. But we're seeing a significant problem here, and Toronto County seems a little bit more significant, fire trucks, bridges, that sort of thing. This would help our local communities a lot deal with the impact. And I think, like Representative Campbell mentioned, or alluded to with things in your neck of the woods, Mr. Chairman, the more lead time we have with these sorts of things, the better. So I'll leave it at that and stand for any questions.
All right. Representative Campbell, question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Senator. I just want to make sure that I'm tracking, because unless I'm incorrect, I believe that right now they're exempt from sales and use tax until 2042. That was one of the things we did back in 2025 was we exempted sales and use tax on manufacturing to where I'm not sure that we're capturing sales and use tax on that to where I don't know, I'd ask maybe if LSO could clarify that for me.
Yeah, maybe either them or the, either ISC or the Department of Revenue may be able to answer your question about how that interacts with sales and use tax exemptions. It's my understanding that the current statute is based off the overall project value, so it's up to 2% depending on what the value is. There's varying levels, but it's based off the overall valuation of the project itself. So I don't see any discussion of how exemptions may play into that in the current statutes in Title 39.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for the clarification on that. I support this. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for Senator?
So, Mr. Chairman, I can clarify. Representative Campbell, that sales tax exemption that's in effect until 2042 is only, I think, certain machinery that's used in manufacturing. I don't have that right in front of me, but I believe that's what that exemption is for.
Yeah, and it's very specific to certain industries. Yes, Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And Senator Boner, thank you, and for the bill or idea you have here. We actually, probably about 2 years ago, I think Senator Rothfuss and I and Representative Larson worked on 2 industrial siding bills. I'm getting a nod over there from DEQ, and we worked really hard. And one of them was one bill related to this very issue. And if we can find it, I'm going to have Brian, we'll eventually look at that because we did spend a good bit of time in a work group on that, and I felt it was needed at the time. It just wasn't pushed forward at that time as a committee bill, and that's kind of where it got left. And so anyway, I just point that out because we may have some even additional things we included in there after a lot of work with the Industrial Siding Commission and the good director, Saban. She did a great job for us, educating us, and Director Parfit. So I just point that out to you. It's something some of us have wanted to do 2 years ago, but I do think that it's really important that we look at this because the timing issue is critical for some communities. And thank you.
All right, Senator, help me with the bond as the who pays for the bond and who carries that burden?
It'd be the developer.
Okay, is that explicit in this proposed language? Is it in the statute? Okay.
I trust the folks at the industrial siding or the DEQ put this together. There's a lot that's not explicitly laid out in terms of the entire process. For example, the bond goes with DEQ, even though the Department of Revenue, gives the funds to the local entities. That's an existing, they're currently, transferring those funds just fine. It's not explicitly laid out in statute either. So yeah, there's a lot that goes on that isn't necessarily in the green books, but the department directors could give you more detail. But that's a question I had for them. So, okay, you get Department of Revenue's distributing the funds, DEQ's getting the bond. How's that work? And it works. So
Help me if I'm incorrect here. So when the Industrial Siding Commission gives the permit, or council, when they give the permit, part of the condition of that permit is that they would have to bond for 20% of the cost to help with this initial payment.
Correct. If that's, and it's different for every project. You imagine every project has different municipalities, different counties that are affected. But yes, it'd be once the permit is issued through the ISC is when the bond would take effect, as opposed to when construction begins, which could be a year and a half difference.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. Representative Lean, welcome.
Mr. Chairman, members of Minerals, thank you for having me today, and thank you for taking up this topic for the interim. Wyoming's Industrial Siding Council does an excellent job at determining fair impact assistance for our communities, yet the current system has a flaw in it. As Senator Boner said, these local governments must wait for sales and use tax revenues to flow in after construction begins. often forcing counties and towns to extend their budgets beyond which was originally planned for them in the years prior. Sometimes they must borrow money in order to pay for interest to cover a sudden spike in an unprepared cost from an industrial project being constructed. Fire trucks, ambulance, cardiac equipment, community service personnel like police, fire, teachers maybe need to be trained and ready to go for the date of construction. One project that comes to mind that many may be familiar with is the Natrium project in Kemmerer. These resources come at a cost. Locally, the Natrona County Fire District was placed in the perfect storm in 2025. There were several factors that have created a shortage of firemen and funds for this special district, causing us to have brownouts in our stations and causing potential of ISO insurance ratings to go up and some rural folks to potentially lose their homeowners insurance. This is creating a dangerous work environment for our local fire department, as sometimes on calls we are sending only 2 personnel. That leaves 1 to enter a building and 1 to maintain the truck. That's not safe for anyone. Recently, the largest culprit in this chain of events that created the perfect storm was the permitting of a project called Dino Solar here in Natrona County. It's a solar farm. On March 24th, 2026, NextEra Energy, who is the head of the project for Dino Solar, asked for a 3-year extension. This was permitted in 2022 originally, and they were just received an extension and changed the footprint of their project. This changed the max benefit for impact assistance from $14.06 million to $9.28 million. This can be found on Table 1 for key comparisons and project details from the industrial siting. This project has not yet started and is not set to begin for the next 3 years. However, our Natrona County Fire District has already purchased $2 million worth of fire trucks so that when the solar farm does begin construction, we do have the proper equipment in place to respond in the event of a fire. This is one of the prime examples as to why impact bonds need to be readily available at the forefront and not behind us. This is the only solar farm permitted for Natrona County currently. The lead time to purchase a fire truck does not fit into the purchase time of being available when the solar farm then begins construction. And so we've thus created a storm, a perfect storm of timing. And so this is one example I bring to you to say this is a direct impact for our rural folks and our Natrona County Fire Department, and we're looking for a solution. We can fix this straightforward with reform. Title 35, Chapter 12, we can require project applications post an upfront bond similar to reclamation bonds that we already require, equal to impact assistance amounts determined by the Industrial Siting Council. This money will already be paid. It is not a new tax. It would not be an increase in the bond. We're just asking for it up front instead of during and after the construction. This bond would be given before construction begins, giving our communities the resources they need for when the boom hits hardest. This change maintains the same evidence-based process and the existing statutory cap on assistance. It simply shifts the timing so local taxpayers are protected from short-term borrowing costs. I'm not sure if the committee's aware, I found this in my research as I was getting ready for this committee, was that data centers have a loophole so that while they may meet the financial threshold to come before industrial siting, not all of them do because they have an opportunity to be permitted through their local county commissioners as an industrial park. Thus, the community benefit agreement that they then have with local communities is not an impact assistance bond that would be coming forward through the Industrial Siting Council. So just a side note, I wasn't aware of that until I started my research for this, and I found it to be viable. I found other states like North Dakota use strong upfront bonding for oil and gas. Pennsylvania uses local decommissioning bonds. Wisconsin uses annual payments for their local funds. Texas, which is another large energy developer, uses general development impact fees. Colorado uses energy impact assistance predominantly on oil and tax gases for their severance. One key finding was that the impact fee is enabling acts exist in 29 other states. And so we would not be creating anything that is not done in other industry in other places. A key takeaway that I found shifting the bond to upfront was that it sets a financial assurance for for those to come. It sets a financial assurance for the local and the counties and municipalities prior to construction and operations beginning. The impact fees, such as Texas and California, are often proven upfront payment structures based on project needs, and they're usually local and zoning driven rather than centralized through the Industrial Siting Council. Just for you to take into consideration as we move forward, that states with heavy energy development lean towards severance tax revenue sharing and not sales and use tax revenue sharing. Just a side note from what Wyoming does different from other states. This approach could strengthen Wyoming's program by reducing local cash flow risks during our peak work phase while preserving the evidence-based cap that we already have in statute and working forward. In closing, the Industrial Siting Council doesn't just rubber stamp a fixed percentage. They look at real expected burdens on local projects and set a reasonable dollar amount capped by those material percentage costs and decide who gets it and when. The goal is to help the communities handle the temporary boom without long-term problems and preventing the burden of an overextended local budget, allowing for impact assistant money to be available at the start of the permitting process. In 35-12-113, it authorizes conditional use permits on bonds and other financial assurances for local government impacts. I ask that you refine it with a clear trigger for new permits, that this would put the bonding at the front half, that details are drawn down and release a forfeiture process, so that even if they never begin that process, that impact money would be available to the locals. And it explicitly applies to projects seeking changes, that if they're coming forward to change their footprint in any manner, or that they are going to be re-permitted at the local level or the state level, that they then have to put their impact money ahead to show the good faith effort that coming into Wyoming is truly what they intend to do. With that, I ask for your support on this. It is a common sense for our industry and it is a common sense change to our Industrial Siting Act. Thank you, and I stand for any questions.
All right. Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Representative Lean. I'm going to fall back to the point that Senator Boner brought up. Is 20% going to be enough? Because just like you said, the perfect storm that we've been caught in with Natrona County, well, I guess that's the Natrona County Fire District and the Natrona County Fire Marshal or Warden. There's two different bands that are affected by this. But this is miles and miles away from my district, and this is directly affecting me because one of the firehouses that they're talking about being undermanned guards the entire eastern side of Natrona County. And we just had a big fire. We had 7,000 acre fire the other day that by the grace of God, we got out and nobody got hurt. And then we just had another one last week in Glenrock that again, we got fortunate with. But this is a real situation and I want to make sure that we don't have these funding issues. Perhaps 50% would be a better number.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell, I would ask for 100% to be available to the local county and municipalities. This is a good faith assurance. It's not a new tax. It is the same rate that they would be paying as they purchase through construction. And this just gives the opportunity for the locals to really make sure that the taxpayer is protected and the industry is doing their fair share to come into our state.
So we heard 20%, now 100%. Senator Boner, what's your number?
Well, I said at least 50 just as a placeholder, but you may consider just deleting the entire provision that it'd be limited. So, but I'd want to hear from the department why they thought that was, why that was worthy of discussion. And, but yeah, I'm not sure you want to hamstring the council either. Like I said, these projects are highly, every justification for local impact assistance is different from municipality to municipality, to my experience. And so every municipality might need different things. Maybe one time it's 100%, maybe the next time it's 0.
Okay, so variable. Okay,
It's true.
any other questions? Seeing no other questions, thank you for bringing this to our attention, Representative and Senator. Mr. Bell?
Mr. Chairman, Rusty Bell, CEO, Energy Capital Economic Development in Gillette. I'm happy to be here. Thank you for listening to the idea of industrial siting exemptions. And in addition to that language, so I did provide some hard copies, and I think I did send an electronic copy last week. So this is very much an economic development issue. My largest clients in the Powder River Basin are the coal companies, and our coal companies have incredible infrastructure, property, power, water, industrial water, rail, you name it, they have it. And we've worked very hard over the past few years to help them market their sites for co-use. And I'm going to specifically say co-use. We don't have any coal companies that are looking to exit the Powder River Basin that are, in fact, the coal industry is doing pretty well this year. So, but we want to work with them to co-use some of their infrastructure, and I think all of the projects, or most of the projects that we have, I think 5 of them would reach that industrial siting threshold, are mineral related. So what we've asked for in this is to give the same exemption that you just heard Representative Lean talk about for non-mineral activities inside of an industrial park. We've asked for that exemption to have mineral related, which is in subset 7, which is any leasable or locatable mineral processing facilities to be constructed in existing industrial parks as designated by local government. And the one prior to that would give an exemption to inside that permit boundary for coal mines and trona permittees or the adjacent property that's owned by them. The other addition to this, I'll back up just a little bit. Representative Knapp, actually, when I talked to him about this, he asked that I bring some language. So over the past 6 weeks, we've been working with industry, WCCA, WAM, to make sure that we've captured something in here, and DEQ, to capture the language in here that makes sense for us, I guess. Now, I don't think Campbell County, maybe even the coal mining areas in Campbell County, the Powder River Basin, probably have that impact like other communities in the state. I can explain that. The last industrial siting we had was Dry Fork Power Plant, I think 2006 to 2011. At that same time, we had coal industry that was producing twice as much coal as it is now. And we had a coal bed methane boom that hired, I don't even know, we drilled 50,000 wells in a matter of 15 years. And we didn't meet industrial siting threshold because it wasn't one project. So we deal with booms and busts differently in the Powder River Basin, and we have. I think right now, if we could hire 500 to 1,000 people in Campbell County, we would do that. We would have that impact, but we would not meet an industrial siting threshold because it would be 5 to 7 different companies hiring those, but we'd still have that influx of people if we could get them. So it's a little bit different, I think, in Campbell County. I hate to bring something that is only a Campbell County issue because I don't think that's the case here. We import people from all over the place, the whole region of northeastern, in fact, the quadrant of Wyoming, Casper, Douglas, Newcastle, all over Crook County, Niobrara County, Sheridan, Johnson County, Converse County. They commute to Campbell County and the southern mines in Converse County. So, and then we all have, Travis will probably talk about Trona, but Trona wanted to be included in this also, and it makes sense. So we're trying to add value to our product, and we're also trying to compete. It's a very competitive process. We've just recently had a nationwide site selector here. Hats off to the folks behind me with DEQ. We have very short notice to comply with their asks to meet, and they've gone above and beyond to make sure they're in Gillette to meet in person with the company to talk about regulation and timing but it is hard. It is hard for me to describe that regulation and that is different in Wyoming than it is other places. And so we are competing with with other states for these projects. These are projects that are going to add value to the minerals that we have. They're projects that are very acceptable to our community. Representative Riggins talked earlier about, recruiting businesses that are competing for the workers, but that's right in our wheelhouse. That's what we do. We train those workers. We're really good at it. We're working with the industry to recruit those businesses. So it's not me picking and choosing. It's those private companies that are saying this is a good fit for our area. And so I'm really on behalf of them bringing this to you to try to get a similar exemption for our mineral industry that our non-mineral industry has in our industrialized areas. I would be happy to try to answer any questions.
Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, Mr. Bell. I'm a fan of yours. Could you please give me a circumstance, just put this in perspective to where we can understand it? Talk to me like I'm 5.
Okay. Let's just say we have we know there's coal companies that want to have more, and I think a lot of citizens in Wyoming say we should, in fact, I've heard some of my senators in my county say we should build more power plants, coal-fired power plants. Now, I don't know who we is, but I agree with them, okay? And I also don't know who we is. But if we have companies that want to build coal-fired power plants and a mine mouth, they have to go through industrial siting to do that. That's simple. But there's other things, rare earth element, critical mineral processing at a large scale. That would be different, I believe, and I'll let DEQ answer this if I'm wrong. But if they're doing it different, let's just say a company wants to do something different than mine coal on their site and they're still the owner, I believe they still have to go through industrial siting if they meet that threshold.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chair. The reason that I asked that is like in an unrelated topic, House Bill 120 in the past, depending on the industry, there are different statutory requirements. Oil and gas may only have one statutory requirement, or coal may have 2. So I'm just wondering if you've looked into how that's going to factor into all this.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell, I'm not following, but I will look into that. So I apologize for not knowing that answer.
I apologize. Perhaps I did not frame that question well. I'm just wondering if there is going to be any outliers, if there is just one broad statutory paintbrush that we can hit all this with is, I guess, my concern.
Sure. When I visited with Director Parfit and his team, they just recommended that we list the exemptions we wanted specifically. And so I'm trying to do the best I can at following directions. And one other example I'm going to give you is we have a Wyoming Business Council partnership on our Wyoming Innovation Center. And we have a really good partnership with Wyoming Business Council. And I'm running out of time up here, so I didn't want to get into it earlier. I'll be involved in this process as we move forward. But University of Wyoming SCR has a demonstration plant where we're going to look at adding value to coal at a large scale. It's a great project. They've had a lot of interest from industry in that. We want to find a place at a mine mouth operation that adds value and jobs here in Wyoming, and we're sending out a high value product, not just shipping train loads of coal for somebody else to add value to that. So, that's another reason that this makes sense. So,
Senator, and then we'll go over to Representative Riggins.
Just briefly, Mr. Bell, thank you. Thank you for all this work. Thank you to DEQ for the cooperation, bringing solutions forward and directing this type of solution when you identify a challenge perhaps for industry in Wyoming. Just quickly, those companies you've been talking to that are looking at other states that we're competing with, what are those states?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Nethercott, so from what I've understood, those other states are Texas, mostly.
Heavy sigh. Thank you.
Representative Riggins.
Utah would be another one. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would this apply then to, not that there's any operations going on, but if like rare earth minerals processing would be exempt from this, even though it doesn't really exist yet?
So it would, Mr. Chairman, Representative Riggins, so it would exempt those if they were on a mine site, mine permit area, or that owner, or in a industrial park designated by that county. And then there is definitions of leasable and locatable minerals for Wyoming, and those are the things you just said, including coal trona. I think some of the things that are not in that are sand and gravel. So.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Representative Knapp has his hand raised.
Oh, good. Representative Knapp, please, let's hear from you.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Mr. Bell, thank you for the language. So just to go back to Representative Campbell's question, on Romanet 6, we've got any processing facility to be constructed. And on 7, we've got any leasable or locatable mineral processing facilities. Do you want to make those consistent with mineral processing, or is it just meant to be any processing facility?
So Mr. Chairman, Representative Knapp, good question. So when I first looked at this statute, I actually just wanted to go up into the very beginning A and strike non-mineral, just strike non-mineral and put any processing. But we just chose to make sure that we knew that any processing facility that meets that threshold of industrial siting inside of an industrial park, not mineral or non-mineral, basically, any processing facility, actually, I mean, we just wanted to make sure that leasable and locatable mineral processing inside of an industrial park is exempt. We wanted to give that same language to that non-mineral has to those locatable and leasable minerals. The other one was making sure that basically what we're saying is that industrial area that we know and has been there for 50 years or more at these mine sites is an industrial area. We know that. There's some of the most studied areas in all of Wyoming, and that we're going to treat those as an industrial park, and we're going to exempt those folks from that from industrial siting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman, sorry. Follow up. Thank you for the clarification, and thank you for working with DEQ on the language to present.
All right. So Mr. Bell, one of the purposes of the Industrial Siting Council and the Industrial Siting Act is to provide mitigation costs to help alleviate the cost of construction for a large project, and that's up around $300 million right now. So your example that you gave us of building a coal-fired power plant at the mine mouth, let's say it costs upwards of, last time I checked, the price tag down at Walmart was $2.6 billion. So if that's exempt from the Industrial Siting Act, there would then be no mitigation money going to the local communities when they have 2,500 people coming in to build that plant. So who's going to alleviate some of the impact on communities if that is exempt?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's a good question. I think that's why I wanted to work with WHAM and WCCA on this first and foremost, make sure I got some information and language from them, which is what the last paragraph in red comes from. and I can only speak for Campbell County and what I've seen as a county commissioner and being there as a business owner for quite some time, is that, and I did go back and look at what the payments were for Dry Fork, and when they happened, and tried to get as much information. There's the city administrators have changed a few different times, but those payments came into the city of Gillette. They were the only one that was that received impact dollars. At the same time, we had a couple, I would say twice as big as the Dry Fork power plant was the coal bed methane boom that was happening, with no impact dollars that had a bigger impact. I don't know that for sure because I don't have any research. I can just tell you that it was 4 or 5 countywide, and it was extreme. It was fast and furious. It was pretty crazy if you from that area. And so I'm not saying that impact dollars shouldn't be done or mitigation shouldn't happen, but it doesn't happen, in my mind, it doesn't happen correctly anyway, and it happens too late. Just like the previous Senator Boner and Representative Lean were talking. I mean, I'm on the fire board in Campbell County, and our fire engines that we just ordered are supposed to be delivered in 2030. And so it just doesn't, I mean, that impact is almost impossible to prepare for on the front end. And, and so I just feel like it's going to be better if we have a system that a company that is going to have an impact on communities, counties and cities and towns, that they work with the counties, cities and towns to mitigate that impact themselves. I think that just works better. I think it works better. I just think it works better. So that's, I guess my question would be maybe back on how it works, because I think it's working on some of these large data that's happening inside of a industrial park and maybe in the Cheyenne area, and they're getting impact dollars. So, I mean, I think that we're really asking for that same exemption, and I'll let DEQ talk about the regulation, but still, I haven't had any of our industry say we would rather not be exempt from this. So none of our companies coming in and none of our coal industry partners have said this doesn't look like good language that would help us.
So we've just heard from the senator and representative that they need this mitigation money earlier so they can work with the impacts. And now what you're telling us is maybe we don't need any impact money from some of these projects.
Mr. Chairman, I think that would be up to those communities to work that out in this language. Maybe this language needs to be stronger, but I think that's how this would work. That's how it works already inside of an industrial park for non-mineral related activities. And Mr. Chairman, I'm bringing a very mineral related topic to the Minerals Committee for help. Maybe that's just a plea, but.
Okay, any other questions? Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to point out the fact that we have our energy dominance package going tomorrow, and that this kind of falls in line with that as far as, we were looking at how to expand House Bill 120 to include coal bed methane and everything. And I think reading the language that I'm seeing here, it falls pretty much right in line with that. I just wanted to point that out.
All right. Seeing no other questions. Thank you, Mr. Bell.
Thank you.
Director, welcome. Jenny, welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Todd Parfit, Director of the Department of Environmental Quality, and with me is Jenny Staben, the Administrator of the Industrial Siting Council. A lot of good discussion. Hopefully we'll walk through the slides that we have here for today, and as we go through it, I think it'll answer some questions, but then we can address some of the other materials that you're seeing today and shed some light on that. So just as a little bit of background, the Industrial Siting Act has been around since about 1975. And it used to be its own agency, and then in 1992, it was made a division within the DEQ. And currently, we have in the program 3 full-time employees. That includes the administrator as well. And up until here recently, we probably averaged 1 permit per year. So for the first 40 years. We have 39 projects in different stages of development right now. Wind, solar, other projects, Trona. And so there's quite a bit going on in that division right now. Now, to be jurisdictional right now, and I'll just mention the top 3 that we see, is one is there's an estimated jurisdictional dollar amount. So if the cost of the project is at $290,700,000 or more, it's just jurisdictional based on the cost. For wind projects and solar projects, it's a little different. So for wind, it's 20 turbines or more. For solar, it's if you generate 30 megawatts or disturb 100 acres or more, you're jurisdictional regardless of the cost of the project. And that's what these are the projects that we currently see most coming into the division. Now, there are 2 primary purposes, and this will be important because I think in some of the discussion earlier, there's a question about, do you want the impact assistance or not? But keep in mind, there are 2 things that go on here. First thing is that through the Act and the communication with 19 different state agencies, there's an identification and an evaluation and mitigation of social, economic, and environmental impacts. So think of it in terms of a NEPA document for a federal action or a BLM. And then the second thing is it provides impact assistance to the counties and municipalities to address what has been termed now as unmitigated impacts. And there's some history here. So it used to be when the Industrial Siting Act first came to be, it was its own agency, and the applicant or the project industry, they paid the impact assistance. It wasn't coming out of the sales and use tax at the time. Then it changed in the late 80s, and it was based on they looked at a baseline. So you looked at the 12 months prior to the start of construction, and then they would calculate anything over that baseline would be impact assistance payments to the local governments. And there was no reporting. It was just a payment that we would notify the Department of Revenue that construction started and provide them with the distribution of funds. And they would make the monies available. The state treasurer would then provide the funds to the county treasurer, and the county treasurer would disperse it to the local governments in accordance with the approved impact assistance payments. And then it got changed more recently to it was 2.76% of the cost of the project. And the reason for the 2.76, that's the state's share of the 4-cent tax on sales and use taxes. That's the 69% of the sales and use tax. So then in the last few years, there were changes made to have reporting and accountability, if you will, for the monies that were received by the counties and local governments, that they were spending it on things that are unmitigated impacts. And when they made those payments and then the expenditures were incurred, they would send reports into the Industrial Siting Division, and then we would report that back to the Industrial Siting Council. So that's where we are today. And so I just wanted to give you that progression, and it's not unusual to have these conversations, and it's in recent years, we've been having the conversation, how do we get money to the local governments sooner so they can address these impacts, because money was getting to the communities after the project was built. And so it was too late for addressing some of those impacts. On the next slide, on page 5, this just shows that there's a tiered system that was recently passed by the legislature. So for the smaller projects, 2.25%. For the medium-sized projects or tier, 2%. And then for the larger projects of 150 or 850 million or more, 1.5%. So just to give you a sense of what that would mean, if you had a $350 million construction cost for the facility, you would, or the Industrial Siting Council would have 7.9 million available to distribute to the local governments based on need. Now, they're not obligated to distribute all of it. It's up to the local governments to come to the Industrial Siting Council and provide a justification for any impact assistance money to be awarded. As I mentioned, those funds, impact assistance funds, come from the sales and use tax statutes, 3915-111 and 3916-111. And as I mentioned, the local governments provide a demonstration that those funds are necessary for unmitigated impacts. And those are defined in the sales and use tax statutes as medical, fire, law enforcement services, roads, and public utilities. Those are what the unmitigated impacts would be that the funds are received for. Now, we notify, as I mentioned, the Department of Revenue when construction starts. So currently, when we notify them construction starts, then they can start making impact assistance payment distributions. And it's, again, based on the Industrial Siting Council's determination of the distribution schedule. Okay. So we talked a little bit about financial assurance. We have provisions currently in the Act that require the applicant to provide a financial assurance plan to assure that all facilities will be properly reclaimed and decommissioned. But for wind, they also have to show the financial capability to build the project. That's kind of the difference between other projects in solar and wind. And then we do have, and it was mentioned that we have current bonding provisions in 3512-113E. And you'll see that we are proposing to strike director and put the council in place of that on this bonding provision, where it would say a permit may be issued conditioned upon the applicant furnishing a bond to the division in an amount determined by the council rather than the director. And the reason for that is that at the hearing, there's more information that's readily available to the council that the director won't have available to really make that decision on what the appropriate amount would be. And the second point is the council issues the permit. The director of the DEQ does not issue industrial siting permits. So that for that reason, we're suggesting that minor change. This is the existing bonding provision. To my knowledge, it's never been used, but it's something that's been there for as long as I can remember. Now, when we get into current exemptions, the exemptions for the Industrial Siting Act are in 3512-119. And there are three general categories. As you heard, there's the non-mineral processing facilities in existing industrial parks established by a local government. The second is state and local government units and agencies are exempt. And thirdly, you have a category of exemptions that include electric transmission lines less than 160 volts, oil and gas drilling all pipelines except coal slurry pipelines, oil and gas producing facilities, and oil gas wellfield activities. That's why the coal bed methane wasn't covered by industrial siting. It's exempt explicitly in 119. Okay, so to wrap this up on the presentation, we have some suggestions that we think it would make it easier to understand what's exempt and what's not. And the first one is during last session, House Bill 120 for the sovereign zones, the exemption was placed in paragraph A. Our suggestion is to move that to C and make it Romanet 6. It just falls in line with a category that could be exempted. And the second reason is on the next slide, we think that clarification needs to be provided for what was meant with paragraph A. It isn't really clear on what's being exempt. Now, it reads on the third line, you'll see it's exempt from payment of fees and certifications. Doesn't say it's exempt from a permit. However, the next two lines say you have to provide these three elements of an application. So we've interpreted it as you're exempt from an application, but you have to provide these three things within the act, because that's the only thing that made sense to us. And the other thing was, if they did an application, the state would pay the fee for the application. So we would pay the fee for the council expenses, the division expenses, et cetera. So that didn't seem to make sense either. So my suggestion there would be that take a look at paragraph A and see if we can write that in plainer language. So, and then the third item is, and this gets to the proposal that Mr. Bell provided, which is if you're considering an exemption for coal permit, and when we submitted these slides, I hadn't seen the final version, and that's why it just says coal permit land for large construction projects located on mine permit property. Suggest that exemption be added to paragraph C as well, if that's what is decided. All right, so that covers the presentation of the materials. And I wanted to speak on just a little bit about the bonding proposal that you heard first from Representative Lean and from Senator Boner. Whether it's 20% or 100%, that was just there as a place marker. I could see where 100% would work, or it could be anything in between. The only thing that I think was being considered when we came up with the 20% is if you make it the cost of the bond too high, does that put the applicant in a position of, do we move forward with the project or not? And that just depends on how big the project is and what the bond would be. So that was the thinking there. We do agree that some money needs to come up front so that some of these impacts can be addressed before the project actually starts. And then lastly, one point I wanted to make on Mr. Bell's proposal was that initially the conversation was around coal mines. Some of the coal mines were carrying, they have to carry a bond with our land quality division for reclamation and to stay in compliance with the Office of Surface Mines with Department of Interior with the primacy program. And so we were looking at that, and we've done it before where we've changed the reclamation use, the final end reclamation use of the property from agricultural to industrial. And that's essentially what we'd be doing there. The difference, though, that I think that you have to keep in mind here is that if you're utilizing infrastructure from a coal mine and converting it to industrial use, that property, the mine site, has gone through environmental review in the permitting process with land quality. If you take an adjacent piece of property, it hasn't gone through that same review. And so you might want to take that into consideration. Applying it to the Trona mines, again, the same thing would come into play, although that's not a primacy program for us. That's a state-only program. That's a non-coal regulated entity. So that would be the main difference there. So I'll stop, and then Jenny will answer any questions.
Yes, Representative Lawley. Question for Jenny.
Oh, not yet, but I'm confident she could answer any of them, but.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, thank
Go
you.
ahead.
I just, I wanted to go back to something that was mentioned in some of the comments earlier that maybe inartfully worded, maybe not fully understanding this program. And I want to go back to page 4 of your slide. That's kind of where it comes up. And again, you hit on it, but I want to just highlight this idea of providing assistance to address unmitigated impacts. And I would like you to talk for a minute about a couple of things. First of all, why is it just unmitigated impact? What is a mitigated impact? What is an example of a mitigated impact? And one of the things, another statement related to a loophole concerning data centers, another statement about a data center that I think centers around a little bit of this issue of unmitigated, where there are options for municipalities to mitigate those impacts through working with companies to pay for some of this up front, the companies themselves. So that wouldn't be a loophole in my mind. That would be a mitigated impact that this statute isn't intended to cover. Are you following me on that? Because I think that word unmitigated impact is what we pay on if they qualify under the Industrial Siting Act otherwise concerning the different thresholds of projects and things, but we're only providing assistance for impacts that have not been otherwise mitigated. And is that correct? And can you expound on that? Because I think these are the kind of things I've seen in the legislature in these spaces that these things can take legs and grow and run, and they're really based on maybe a misunderstanding. And so I'd like to straighten that out as much as possible. Thank you.
Sure. So a mitigated impact would be anything that's negotiated between the company or the applicant and the municipality. And it could be, hey, we need a bridge here because it's not sufficient for the weight that's going to be needed to get to the project. And so they go and they build a bridge for them. It's mitigated. But this gets to and if it were an unmitigated impact though, and they didn't do that and you needed to have that bridge and the local government paid to have that bridge installed, that's the purpose of the existing 3512-113, where we already have that bonding language, but it's not been used. Anyway, so that's the mitigated piece. On data centers, there's a little bit of history there. The first time it came to our attention, it was back in 2011. We had a request on whether or not a data center wouldn't be jurisdictional if it met the dollar threshold. So we requested an opinion from the Attorney General's office, and they said, yes, that would be jurisdictional. And so the legislature at that time, and it was too late, I think it was a budget session, it was too late to have a bill drafted, so there was a footnote to the budget bill that said data centers are exempt. And then it got renewed a few times. I think last time it was renewed, it was in 2014. So from 2011 to about 2015, data centers were not regulated or not jurisdictional under industrial siting for that reason. And then that just dropped off and it wasn't put back in, and there was no bill to change that. And so data centers are now jurisdictional, or exempt rather. If they're in an industrial park, they're jurisdictional unless they're within an existing industrial park. And so that's where we are today. Now, all of the data centers that I think were mentioned in Cheyenne have been found to be exempt because they're in an industrial park. And then the last thing I'd say to your question is that when you're looking at this, I mean, you could split it out. And if you look at Mr. Bell's proposal, if you wanted to continue the impact assistance, you could just exempt the first part of it, which is the identifying, evaluating, and mitigating those impacts. And you would just do the impact assistance payments, but that would be hard to do because you really need the first one to do the second.
Right. Okay, wait, over here, do you have a question, Senator?
Let's get through them all and then I'll start with this.
Oh, okay. Representative Campbell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Director, and thank you, Administrator, for being here. I just want to set a point of clarification because to decide what is mitigated and what is unmitigated. The way that I understand the industrial siting process is that when the state agencies, all 19 of them, go out to talk to a project, each one of those state agencies has the individual right to enter into individual contract and agreement with that project. And so where I get lost and where I get a lot of heat on the Industrial Siting Council is project A, B, and C may all be the same type of project, but they all under different perimeters because of the agreements, the individual agreements that they made with the individual state agencies. And as such, there is no commonality. There's no consistency amongst the projects. So with that in mind, what is mitigated, what is unmitigated? And am I to understand that it's pretty much up to each individual corporation to decide if they're going to pay for assistance funds or not? Is that where we're at?
Jenny.
Mr. Chairman, sir. So your question has a number of parts to it. I would say the first one being, what is an unmitigated impact? Now, when you look at unmitigated impacts, you are not looking at impacts that are within the statutory authority of maybe other state agencies. So an unmitigated impact is not, say, an impact on wildlife. The Wyoming Department of Game and Fish, they have the statutory authority to determine the impact on wildlife and how to best address that. Unmitigated impacts, when it comes to impact assistance, are 5 flat categories. They are law enforcement, fire, medical services, utilities, and roads. Now, those 5 aspects, medical, fire, health, utilities, and roads, those are typically within the authority of your local governments. Now, your local governments do have the authority to fully engage with an applicant and come up with any agreement they would like to. A perfect example is a road agreement. Your local governments can come into an agreement with a company who says, yes, we'll help you build the roads. However, they may not come to an agreement that impacts utilities such as sewer lines, water lines. So what the local government can do at that time is come to the Industrial Siting Council, demonstrate the size of the workforce coming into the area, demonstrate the size of the workforce staying in their area, and showing how that is additional pressure on either, that would either cause a new sewer water problem or exacerbate a problem that already exists.
Quick follow-up. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am more looking along the lines of avoiding the perfect storm, as Representative Lean described it, and I think that's a very accurate description. We're in the driest season in the history of this state, and we're looking at not having fire mitigation because of inconsistencies in this process. I am trying to find a way, if every project has the ability to negotiate separate contracts and there is no consistency, what is the solution to where we can guarantee that we're not caught in this, to where our local resources are being tapped for this reason? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, can I, connecting to Representative Campbell, maybe help facilitate time here? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I heard the testimony that the impact assistance isn't used. Is that correct? And are some of these inconsistencies as a result of local governments not availing themselves of this particular opportunity? Or maybe, can you speak to that comment? Did I hear that correctly? Looking like maybe I didn't hear that correctly. But I did hear it. So maybe provide additional information about how those impact assistance fees are used, that the local governments I know have to apply for those in the process. Are they not being applied for? Can you speak to that a little bit more freely? And you, of course, don't make the determinations as to impacts on local sewer or fire or roads. I'm assuming the local government does. So is that also part of this maybe inconsistency in the program, is that stems from local government? If you can speak to that.
Mr. Chairman, it's my understanding that the local governments that are impacted are free to engage in the industrial siting process and request those funds. As far as receiving funds and whether they're used, the legislature in, I think, 2022 has to rule that all funds that are received have to be reported on until they're completely expended. The Industrial Siting Division, we initially sent out a report that honestly had links in it and didn't work very well. Beginning of Christmas of this past Christmas, the division's been sending out those reports, again, in a format that can be used on any type of computer and are easily trackable and understandable. So as far as inconsistencies, I'm wondering if it's inconsistencies in what is awarded for a particular project. The way the statute and rules are currently written, what is awarded is based on, number one, what is asked for, and number two, the justification for that ask.
Yeah, and I just to add to that, so I think what you were referring to is when I mentioned that if you had a $350 million project, you would have 7.9 million. Not all of that necessarily gets distributed. So it could be if the council finds that there's justification for the impact and they award up to that total amount. What we had seen for a while was that they were awarding probably in the 60 to 65% of what was available from the project. They were awarding to the local governments, and that's based on what they presented to the council.
And to follow up with that 65%, you also have some projects where local governments ask for 20% of the amount available, or 16% or 30%. And then you have other projects where local governments, in identifying their needs, may ask for 70 or 80% of the amount available.
Representative Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here. I hear you talking about wind and solar and oil and gas, and you kind of briefly touched on data centers. Something that I've been hearing a lot about is data centers and what happens, or how would DEQ make the assurance to the communities that a data center comes in that they will not contaminate our water, or what happens if the water is contaminated from the data center? Thank you.
So in a situation where there's a project that is exempt from industrial siting, it does not exempt them from the requirements of the DEQ. So of the 19 agencies that weigh in on the application, once that permit is issued and incorporates the conditions to address the concerns that those agencies have, that closes the door on further requirements related to those agencies. The only two agencies then that can continue to require additional items are the Public Service Commission and then the DEQ. So anything water quality related, air quality related, industrial siting does not have jurisdiction over, and that would remain with the agency.
Follow up, go ahead.
Is there any condition or reason that a data center would not go through those 19 agencies and maybe skirt around it through a different type of an agreement?
If they're jurisdictional, then no, they would have to address it. That's a requirement of the statute.
Is there a reason they would not be jurisdictional?
If they're, Mr. Chair, if their estimated construction cost is below $290,700,000.
290,700,000.
And that's updated annually, the threshold.
Ms. Steben, in the Industrial Siting Act, there's a permit light. It basically, it's not used very often. If someone goes, if an industry or a company goes for that light permit, which exempts them from a lot of the requirements of the Industrial Siting Act, are they still applicable for mitigation fees? Do you still go through a mitigation impact summary to determine if there should be impact for unmitigated impacts?
Mr. Chairman, to be honest with you, the last time someone went through a 107 was in the late 90s. And
the answer to your question is yes. They're still eligible for the impact assistance payments. But yeah, the last one was the Dry Fork Station in July.
Director, I'm going back to Mr. Bell's request for exemption for these other projects, and I was wondering if the 107 clause would be a better avenue rather than going and exempting the whole process to make it easier for them for this, this sandbox that we're talking about based on HB 120. Maybe have some oversight by the Industrial Siting Council, but make it easier for them when they're within the sovereign area. Is there some enhancements to the 107 clause that would make that so that we could still have purview with the Industrial Siting Act and not completely exempt them?
Mr. Chairman, I would say if there were some adjustments to the 107, I'd have to take a look at that. But there's also a provision that if two local governments object to the 107, they have to go through the 109. That's why everybody uses the contested case process right now.
But this may, Mr. Director, this may be something that we investigate a little bit more in these sovereign zones. What do we need to do to 107 to make it so that would fit and be more applicable rather than just saying they're exempted completely from the Industrial Siting Act?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In light of the hour, let me just signal to what I'm intend to do here. One is I intend to move for 2 bill drafts to be created, and I'd like to start talking about what those look like for purposes of starting with the easiest one first, which is what was presented by Senator Boner and Representative Lean. And I want to make sure that we get to public comment and all of that. And so we've just heard from the sponsors, DEQ, and we've got 2 of those proposals in front of us now. So just for purposes of managing the meeting, I would like to make that motion to do a bill draft, not to sponsor the bill, but to do a bill draft for our consideration of sponsorship at the next meeting on the proposal prepared by Senator Boner, Representative Lean. And really my proposal is based on just what has been presented to us today, recognizing that we will want to discuss more thoughtfully amending that 20% based on additional conversation or feedback about that, knowing that that will continue to be a placeholder, but will continue to move this ball forward, get us in bill draft form, and get us a published copy of this for our next meeting. So that's what I'd like to do, Mr. Chairman, to move us along, but please direct me when that motion would be
Is that
appropriate.
a motion?
Do you want to take additional public comment on this particular topic before I make a motion, or do you want to take public comment?
We're going to
on the
take
motion?
public comment, yeah. But if you want to move that along right now, we could take a motion.
So moved.
All those in favor? That dispenses with that. Thank you. Anything else for this group, and then we'll move to public comment. Thank you very much, Director. Ms. Haven.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Great, let's do public comment.
Mr. Detail.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Travis Detail with the Mining Association. I will be quick. Really appreciate all the work that Mr. Bell has done on his end. As he mentioned, he is working with a number of my member companies up in the Campbell County area. They are supportive of pursuing this. Our soda ash producers are also interested in pursuing this, and we would encourage the committee to move forward on it. And just as a point of clarification, Mr. Chairman, Senator Nethercott, did you ask for two bill drafts or just the one bill draft for?
So, Mr. Chairman, just for a point, I intend to do a bill draft on Mr. Bell's proposal, but wanted to hear public comment on that first before we start working a bill. At that time, we'll also ask for DEQ to come forward, recognizing we'll need their discussion. And I think that proposed motion for a bill draft will be more detailed than just the presentation as was provided today, providing clarification to 119A as requested by the agency. So start thinking about that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, thank you, Senator Nethercott.
We need to have some public comment. on that.
And that's all I have to say on this, Mr. Chairman. What I would request of the committee is if the committee does decide to do a bill draft for discussion at the next meeting, your meeting at the same time as the Wyoming Mining Association Annual Convention, if that bill could be discussed at your third meeting, it would be wonderful.
Yes, Senator.
The answer is no, it cannot be discussed at our third meeting because that's our last meeting, as you know, Mr. Detail, and there will not be any changes for the committee to adopt it. It has to be done at the second meeting, which is why we're moving through these now.
Mr. Chairman, I appreciate that. If we could work together so that I could zoom in from my meeting to testify on that, I would appreciate that.
That's always an option, Mr. Detail.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd stand for questions.
Seeing none, thank you very much.
Well,
Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, I'm Dave North. I'm a county commissioner here in Natrona County. And I've been working with Senator Boner and also with Representative Lane. And I appreciate that this subject has been brought up in the past. And I know Sweetwater County has been involved with your fire trucks, just like Natrona County, and every one of us can be, as far as the industrial siting goes and the amount of money and the bonding issue. What I would present and what I would like to do is basically what has already been presented, that we set up a bond that is held by the state, not by the counties. And part of the reason for that is because several of these, we have multiple counties that are involved in an industrial siting process. So there's been a lot of things that have occurred in this part of the state where we have Converse County or Kirby County and Natrona County, several different counties that are involved as far as the impact goes. I would like to see that funding put up by the companies right up front to cover things like fire trucks, basically anything that's presented there. But not items that can wait until the project starts. Fire trucks, 3 to 5 years lead time right now. Ambulances are the same way. If you have to go out and get a bid and replace a bridge, you may be looking at 2 to 3 years down the road by the time you get everything surveyed and everything else. So there are a lot of items out there that make sense to have that bonding right up front. That's not going to cost the state anything additional. All it's doing is saying to the companies, okay, you have to put this right up front. And then if they decide that they don't want to do the project, currently if they back out, there is no way to incorporate or to get that funding from those companies because of the way the industrial siding has that written. By having that bond right up front, if they back out, it puts a little bit more responsibility on those companies so that we don't have people coming in and being speculative and actually going through everything and saying, okay, we're going to do this and then turn around and sell that. Dino Solar actually came through in 2020, not 2022. That's when NextEra bought it. So that's been sitting out there for 6 years and there hadn't been a blade of dirt turned yet. The fire trucks were ordered because they have to be available on the first day of construction. That's what it says. That doesn't work when you've got a 3 to 5 year lead time. And the other part is that if you don't get them on site within a year, then you lose that funding. So we've got some real issues that need to be addressed specifically to take care of our counties, take care of our emergency management, and make sure that we have everything covered. And like I said, this is something that it just makes the companies have a little bit more skin in the game right up front, so they don't keep kicking the can down the road. So with that, I would be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Representative Weber.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. In your opinion, what would you recommend that percentage be? 20%, 50%, 100%? Just curious. Thank you.
20% is way too low. Right now, with the outlay that has already gone out in Natrona County alone with the amount that was awarded, we would already be at the 50%.
Thank you.
So.
Representative Larson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner, do you think that this bonding provision that we're considering could potentially turn away projects due to an extra cost that they have to incur to put that bond up, and also slow the process down? And the reason why I ask is we've also had a bill draft in the past that didn't have that bonding provision, basically made the state take on the risk, and the state gave that upfront payment. If the project pulls out, it's an expense to the state. What's the benefits of either way?
That's why I like the bond, because the companies are putting that money up. It's not the state. And those companies are on the hook for it. It's not the state, it's not the counties, it's not the municipalities. They're putting that right up front. When you're talking about a $300 million project and you're talking about putting up a bond for maybe 2 or 2.5% of that, that's pretty minimal. I mean, I've had my own business for years. I pay more than that in insurance. So that's basically what this is an insurance policy to make sure that everybody that has been awarded those is covered. And so I personally, it's not like they're going to lose that money. If they go through and they do the process, then they get that credit. It's just that we just don't collect that through the taxes. We've got that bond right up front and you can give them the credit that you would have done as the taxes came in. It's a pretty simple system, as far as looking at it that way so they're really not out anything if they follow through with a project. Doesn't cost the state anything. It doesn't cost them anything extra. And it covers our municipalities and our counties and our unincorporated areas that need that infrastructure.
Follow up? Anyone else? Thank you, Commissioner North.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, welcome.
Thank you, Chairman and committee. I appreciate the time and the work on this. I'm Mayor Juarez from the City of Mills. I've been requesting assistance for about 2 years on the ISC process. It's very backwards, it's very biased, and I'll leave it as politically correct as I can. I have personally been at the hearings and testified on behalf of the City of Mills for impacts. So I'll read to you my notes, but you're getting a packet that I sent out earlier that should have been in emails, but this is what I'll be talking about. So in that packet, I highlight several areas that need your attention. Of those is the funding for impact awards. The core issue is not just access to funding, it's timing and control of that funding. Right now, under the industrial siting statutes, Local governments are required to absorb impacts upfront. Public safety and infrastructure and equipment while waiting months or even years to be reimbursed. In the case of Dino Solar, we are now facing the possibility of waiting until March of 2029 to be reimbursed for our expenses, if at all. That structure is fundamentally backwards. In order to mitigate the impact, we would need the funding up front, not months after the project starts. Regarding Dino Solar, in Mills, we committed to an ambulance purchase and a command truck tied to a project that has been several years delayed. That's over $323,000 that my community is currently carrying, plus interest and fees without reimbursement. For Anticline, our second half of 10 monthly payments should have resumed in March of 2026. Not only have we not received our payments yet, construction for this project is complete. So why are the payments coming after the completion of the project? Impacts are immediate, payments are not. Regarding the bonding, although this may be one solution to many of the problems at hand, it does need to ensure upfront payment for the impact to mitigate, not multi-year disbursements. Eliminate the unnecessary delays in distribution, including pass-through payment structures. Payments now first go to the county treasurer, then to local governments, which cause even further delays. And serious consideration of requiring developers to secure bonding so the burden is not shifted onto cities and towns. If these funds are truly meant to mitigate impact, then they must be available before the impact occurs, not during or after. I did look over the proposal, and a couple of the language from the director of the DEQ, or I'm sorry, that Todd Parfit provided. Part of it I would make comments on briefly, to remove the word may in 35-12-113E, remove the word may for shall, make it mandatory, and delete the last sentence. This will reduce the speculative permits. We know of 2 projects locally that were built for resale. So one of them we're on the hook for currently, and the other one is still being sold. These applications were provided to the council being incomplete and with inaccurate data, and they were rubber stamped. So now the municipalities are on the hook for providing impact funding for projects that will probably never come to fruition. I appreciate the committee's work on the issue. I would welcome further conversations about my other concerns lined out in the packets provided. And with that, I thank you and I stand for comments or questions.
Thank you, Mayor Juarez. Any questions for the mayor? Representative Larson, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm just sitting here thinking about this bonding issue we're talking about. And I think that's a solution that can make our current existing framework a little bit better for our municipalities. It can get you the money sooner, and it's a backstop. It puts a backstop in, so you don't have to worry about that burden if they do fall through. But is there a whole nother solution we should be looking at? Is industrial siting something we actually need to have? And should those companies be working with local governments rather than going through yet another state process that takes up time and costs a lot of money for all the projects? So just trying to walk me through that. Is it better if they just work directly with you and the state gets out of the way?
Mayor?
Chairman and Representative Larson, that's a brilliant question, and I agree. In my experience, like I said, I'm going to keep it politically correct. It's been a very broken system to go through the ISC. There's favoritism. They're very clearly biased to withhold awards for mitigated impact. When we bring our experts and prove that we will be impacted, they deny us over and over again. They lean heavily on fire and EMS and deny often infrastructure, roads, and utilities. So I think that I would welcome the process to be allowed to work with these companies locally. It's not been our experience that they want to, because there is no forced avenue to make them do that. They instead go to ISC because in their purview, it's an easier path than working with us.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So in your opinion, would you rather see a bill addressing the bonding concern, or a bill giving freedom, or like giving a pathway or a forced pathway for companies to have to work with local governments rather than go through ISC?
I feel like I've got a lot of eyes on me, Chairman and Representative Larson. Mayor Boyer and I have experienced a lot of the same heartburn on this. I mean, with my personal experience and some of the ugliness that I've seen, I would rather them work locally. And I don't like the word that was used earlier, but as far as the data centers go, I think that process is actually quite intelligent for the municipalities to create industrial parks that, why not? But when we talk about projects that take place in Converse County and I'm in Natrona, I have little ability to force them to come and talk to me. So I would love a bill like that, but I might refer to Mayor Boyer. I did want to touch on Representative Lawley's question earlier, I believe, or maybe it was yours, that it seemed as though not many municipalities have requested funds. I don't know if that was you. I'm sorry if it wasn't. Senator Nethercott. In my experience, many of us go forth and ask, and we are often denied. So we're very, very frustrated with the process as it exists. So to touch back on Representative Larson, I would prefer it to be local.
Okay. All right. Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mayor Juarez. When they talked about reducing the size of that Dino Solar project, so would that put that below the Industrial Siting Commission threshold, or would that change, or would the impact amount stay the same as the original proposal, or would that also change? Do you think?
Chairman and Representative Riggins, because they downsized the project, it still falls under the ISC, and it also reduces the impact award percentage. I believe, I don't want to misquote, but I believe it was like, yeah. So the project, I believe, was halved financially. So if that gives you any numbers.
Thank you.
All right. Mayor?
Mayor Peter Boyer, Bar None, Wyoming. Mr. Chairman, to answer Representative Larson's questions, I think you need both to answer that question. I think you need the bonds. And I think the other answer to that is that having that local control is important. So in 2019, just to give you an example, in 2019, the legislature passed a law that took away the ability of local municipalities to have a vote in their growth boundaries. So now the way it used to work was that the county and the local municipality both had a vote on how things were going to be done inside of the growth boundary of that town. In 2019, that went away, and now it's directly directly goes to the county now. And so all we have now is just our voice, is what we can say and protest, but that's about it. And so maybe it's time to take a look at that. And I'm not telling you how to do your job, but maybe take a look at it and say, maybe it's time for a little bit of local control to be given back to the municipality so that they have a say in what does and doesn't happen within their growth boundaries. Speaking as to the Dino Solar project, it did start in 2020. Before I was mayor. So just looking at it, by the time that this project starts, it'll be 2029. It'll be 9 years. It's like a forever project. And I'm not here to bash on Dino Solar. I don't hate them. As we are the most directly affected municipality by this project. We are directly west of it. It is well within our growth boundary. It blocks but most of the growth that we could have to the west. So it's directly impacting us. And this is not me complaining. This is me stating facts so that we kind of understand. And so having that say, going back to that, is super important in that. Having to be able to say, hey, you need to come our way a little bit. And having this be a forever project going on where we're just kind of left in limbo as a municipality going, okay, is this going forward? Is this not going forward? Is it going to happen? And then I don't want to speak because Commissioner North and Leah both covered this really well, and I don't want to beat a dead horse about the funds. I think the bonding does need to be there. I think it does need to be substantial. And the reason is you asked a lot of really good questions that I really wanted to speak to Representative Larson. I think it keeps the honest people honest, is what it does. I don't think, it may turn some companies away. There is that possibility. There is always that. But it will keep the honest companies honest, where they will look at this and say, okay, are we really serious about this project? Are we actually going to go through with this and do this? And not have it be 9 years later that we might be doing it. So with that, I close out anything I have to say, and I'd be open to any questions.
Okay, thank you. And Representative Riggins, for a solar farm, it doesn't have to meet the $290 million. All it has to be is 30 megawatts or more, or 100 acres or more. So even if they make the project smaller, if it still meets that 30 megawatts, it falls within the Industrial Siting Act. Okay, any questions? Mr. Representative Riggins.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mayor Boyer. Did you feel like you guys had plenty of opportunity to comment during this whole process as the siting process was going on? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Representative. So this project started before I was mayor. And so it's no, would be the direct answer. The undiplomatic answer is no. No, I didn't feel like there was. And I feel like there should have been some more engagement.
Okay, all right. No further. Okay. Mayor Juarez?
Chairman, Representative Riggins, the answer is no. I would welcome the opportunity to be more involved, and I've got 2 years of experience sitting in these hearings and recordings on my audio device to prove how broken this system is. So I would welcome the participation. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's move a little. Go ahead.
All right, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Jason Bager, and I'm wearing a very different hat than I usually do. I'm here on behalf of Wyoming Association of Municipalities, but I have represented companies in the past that have gone through the industrial siting permitting process, and I'm very familiar on writing the permit and being involved with that. First, there's definitely a need to recognize the balance between bringing large projects on quickly and being able to reap the benefits of, the economics, the jobs, the taxes, but also making sure that those communities have the resources available to manage the development that comes along with that. And some communities are better prepared than others. For example, a community that say had a large mine and they're downsizing or something happened and they lost 500 employees. A community like that can probably step in very quickly because they've already been supporting a workforce of that size. The roads to the site are prepared. The community can handle that. That's much different than a greenfield site in a rural area that's going to need the flexibility, going to need the resources, the fees to support a workforce coming in. Impact fees as a part of an industrial siting process, it is a negotiation. Communities need to formally intervene to be a part of that conversation, and they need to be able to justify the requested fees. The council then has the ability to adjust accordingly. They can increase that amount, they can decrease that amount, but it is very much a negotiation. Under industrial parks, that's been mentioned earlier, specifically with data centers, the process exists outside the industrial siting process. It's different, but it still exists. An industrial park that's going to be established in a community is going to have terms and conditions that are required upon any company that comes in there. And generally, as a part of that, you have to pay for your own infrastructure. It exists, but it just exists as a private sector transaction as opposed to the government, the state coming in and dictating that. For example, in Laramie County, Meta has paid for all the roads, sewer, and water impacts and infrastructure to the furthest reaches of their project. Another one is Cowboy Solar paid $14 million to Laramie County to pay for the road improvement fees. So it's different, but certainly is not a loophole or an exemption. It's more of a private transaction between the jurisdiction and the company. The exempted zones bill that was mentioned that from gentleman from Campbell County, that kind of extends that language to, of that private negotiation process to already permitted areas where it's appropriate. So again, it's not an exemption where a process, and even in the language that was presented to you, it specifically states that there's nothing that prohibits a developer in a jurisdiction from coming together on agreement. And that's a far faster, more efficient process than going through an industrial siting permit. From my other hat, doing that process, filing for and going through an industrial siting permit, it's expensive and it takes a lot of time. So the preferred process for most companies is to do that direct negotiation to figure this out. So, I think, that sort of process will allow those projects to come on more quickly and reap the benefits of those projects sooner. That proposal is a reasonable approach that gives communities a larger voice on how they would like to work with those large developers. With regards to the bonding bill, that one is a little bit more challenging because you certainly do not want to sway or dissuade projects from coming in. You are competing with other areas to bring projects in. And so, looking at what is an appropriate level, what type of things are front-loaded, what types of projects or long lead time items do need to be purchased, way in advance and maybe aren't reimbursable. From being involved in the mining sector, there's lots of things, lots of processing equipment, there's trucks, there's shovels, those types of things that do need to be bought years in advance. But generally what we can find, if you need to buy that as a long lead time item, it means there's demand on the private sector. And so if your project doesn't come forward, you can generally find someone to take that contract over or sell it. So you're generally not on the hook for the full value. And so thinking about what is some reasonable side rails to ensure that the communities are not stuck with costs, but also, can order the materials that they need to move forward. Because I think we all recognize that that is a problem, especially in smaller areas, to be faced with a $500,000, truck or a specialized piece of equipment for a project that never comes to fruition. So with that, just really want to sort of hammer home that it is the negotiation process does exist, and it is generally moves faster when it is outside of the industrial siting process. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, start with Representative Lawley first.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Jason. And that was really some helpful pulling some things together. So I do appreciate that from your perspective and background. On the bonding approach, do you have a sense just in terms of percentage as far as, again, maybe preventing some projects from coming by setting it too high, but, do you have a thought about that? That obviously we're going to be wrestling with that more at our next meeting, but I would love to hear your thoughts.
Mr. Bigger.
Chairman Heiner, Representative Lawley, I think that could be a part of that negotiation of the industrial siting process, is of communities coming forward and saying, these are the aspects of our unmitigated costs that we see. Fire truck, great example, or if there's certain pumping or lift stations that they need as far as sewer utilities, that we have to put this order in right now. And therefore, because you do have to break down all of your costs, requested unmitigated costs as industrial siting. So maybe there's a way to designate those types of things that are long lead time items. And therefore, that is your amount that's allowed to be, that needs to be bonded. And so I guess I would shy away from their sort of one size fits all that is a percentage, because I think it could be different for different projects.
Follow up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So would you envision then some like cap amount or just in full range, 100%, 0 to 100% based on the determination of the processes already in place by the Industrial Siting Commission? Is that I'm just trying to clarify because I do see
Mr.
value in
Chairman.
what you're saying here.
Representative Lawley, I think in certain instances, if you could demonstrate that that money is needed all upfront like that, it could be 100%. Or instances, another project, it may not be the same because there are other types of projects, and I'll go back to put my mining hat on, where we fund and purchase our own fire and first responder equipment. So we certainly work with our local fire districts and first responders and EMTs to make sure that they have the resources needed and can respond to chemical spills and all the different things that go along with that. But in those instances, they're not anticipating having to go and buy all new first responder equipment because the company has burdened that on themselves. So in that instance, it might only be 10%. But in an instance where, say it is, I don't know, a battery storage thing where you have chemical fires and it just something really unique and niche, it could be 100%. So maybe you could outline those as a part of the intervention process of the industrial siting process that have to designate those types of costs.
Yes.
Thank you briefly. Yeah, I think our previous bill, I'm not comparing it really specifically, but I think that was in effect how we were going to approach it. We did not use the bonding process, but use the existing process. And those decisions were made as that process went on as to how much would be really actually paid in advance through the general fund, kind of an advance to the local governments for the amounts that were needed immediately. But it was part of the normal process. So that does ring true. There might be some language in there that would be helpful.
And just one final comment there, Mr. Chairman and Representative Lawley, is when an industrial siting permit is actually granted, there are conditions. So it could be 10, it can be 3, it could be whatever, but one of the conditions that they could put in there is that we are requiring you to bond up to $300,000 as a condition, and it can be handled that way.
Representative Campbell, quick question.
Thank you, Mr. Representative, and thank you for being here. I keep hearing the word could, but I want to drop back to the impact assistance that's negotiated between the communities and the company. You've stressed to me that that's a private negotiation, private sector transaction. Can you explain the transparency on that process to where those communities are being properly informed of the risk?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell.
Okay.
It's going to be different in each community. I know, the ones that come to mind really are what the city of Cheyenne and Laramie County have done with data centers. And I guess I can't speak to exactly, whether the exact process that was followed, but the leadership of those jurisdictions did work directly with the leadership of those companies and come to an agreement that the conditions that it was satisfactory for the project to move forward.
Quick follow-up, Mr. Chairman. So what would be a remedial situation to where, let's say that the company goes in and for some reason, the municipality decides, oh no, we're not worried about impact assistance or anything. And then we get in a situation where we are right now, to where we do have a project that is affecting several different districts. And right now we have no recourse. What would be a solution to not allow that to happen again, sir?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Campbell, I think that's a good discussion for the committee to work on, because clearly it is an issue that needs to be addressed. And I guess I would hate to, on the fly, not without having the full story and having, usually those communities that are impacted, be able to weigh in.
Okay, Representative Knapp, you have your hand up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, along those lines, I'm contemplating whether having those local negotiations be the norm in some instances. Do you feel like it still follows medical, fire, law enforcement, roads, public utilities, or is it a free-for-all? I understand maybe 60 to 70% of the industrial siting requests get approved, but there's that 30% that don't. Do you see it being a detriment to having just that local negotiation without those rails?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Knapp, that is a hard question to answer. Clearly the communities that are unsuccessful in receiving their impact assistance fees, they're having impact and they're upset about it. And there needs to be some way to address the concerns that they have. But in other areas, I'll use Laramie County, for example. They've been highly successful. And I don't know if that is just an instance of more experience, more projects, more learning lessons to get to the point that they are, or if there's something else to it. But I guess also, WHAM as an association, it's a learning opportunity as well to kind of share best practices amongst communities and how communities have found ways to navigate that process fairly easily or seamlessly, where others, where they've had problems, and maybe there's ways to kind of share and talk about that.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In the interest of time and recognizing that this topic will be on the next meeting's agenda as its own line item with the proposed bill draft, much of this public comment we hope to hear, not again, but maybe a reminder for us in 5 weeks about it. If the chairman continue to keep the meeting scheduled at its current date, I know that it is the same time as a lot of significant stakeholders in the room. So just a signal for that. In your inboxes, committee, Mr. Fuller emailed you 3 working draft bills related to the topic of assistance program funding. And so I would encourage the committee to look at those previous solutions that were discussed. I don't know if Mr. Fuller can maybe provide guidance as to why the Minerals Committee did not adopt those, just a high-level piece. But if you want to move those bills, I would encourage you to make that motion now, just to have them on the agenda for our next meeting, because it solves some of these problems, because we're hearing this separate issue from Natrona County concerning one project, this solar project that's caused so much angst. And so we don't have a solution for that here tonight, and I don't think we're going to craft one, but perhaps the Joint Minerals Committee did that in 2024. So Representative Lawley, I think, was part of that working group. So I would expect maybe a motion on those proposed bill drafts that are in your inbox now. And then what I'd like to do, committee, is get back to that second motion I intended to make on Mr. Bell's proposal before the committee right now, and then we can come back around to the challenges here in Natrona County.
So we've got some people in the room that have traveled a great distance to be here, so I want to hear from them. And I want to hear public comments. So let's continue with the public comments. We've got people that have traveled a great distance here. So Commissioner, please proceed.
Mr. Vice Chairman, committee, we are presently in 5 industrial sightings. So we're right at the table working on these. We share those with Sweetwater County, and even Sublette County could do in between. The process, for clarity, for the representative down there, is very clear. You are supposed to hold public meetings, and we did with Sweetwater, worked very well. Bonding, you put too much on them, they will leave. That's all there is to it. We're dealing with 5 companies right now that I'm not doing this with in there. And by the way, I'm talking about, I got some big projects around us. The $4 billion Natrium plant that will build the second one, you put 20% on them, that's $800,000 every time. And they're a 10-year project. So they've got to sit, that money's got to sit basically, not in their workable use of their project for 10 years. That's how long it'll take. But I can give you some numbers on some industrial sightings that aren't going to happen in my area based on $4 million in expenses. The marketplace in America is tight. That's all there is to it. If you talk to big business, I have to listen to them all the time. my constituents would tell you, you have to give them to do this, they have to do that, they have to. No, they don't. They'll go to China. They already proved it to us. My job went to China the same way. 17,000 of us when we got these things screwed up before. That's how my job right now as a consultant is cleaning up the industrial sites I used to work for. And they all went across the sea because it's cheaper to do business over there. We've got to keep that in mind when we look at this. Industrial siting is a good thing. It was mentioned on the boundaries on cities versus counties. That hasn't worked this well. That was a great move. If cities want to annex out into the county, they have the right to do that. But don't be making a conflict between the cities and counties again. That helped a whole lot. I testified back for those meetings in there. And there was a reason for it, why you voted to keep that in there. And so I'm pretty opinionated on it. But like I said, industrial siding works. And Representative Campbell, if you follow the rules and do what you're supposed to do, you will have meetings with the people, okay? Because, for example, on the 4 that I've done, I've one that's putting money, and I actually have a 5th one that has failed in there. And we probably, who knows if we'll get to see money on it. But the outside market has such an influence on these companies coming in here to build. If they believe they're going to fall in between one of those cycles of the boom and bust, which we are, they'll walk away. $4 million knocked one out of my area already. That was just for a gas line, natural gas line. It was too much, too tight against a corporate threshold. I used to work for corporate America. Everybody in this room will hate the fact of how tight they say they have to run on money. But that's how they do business. So are we friendly enough to keep them around, or are we going to go back to sending everything to China? Because as soon as the war is over in the rest of the world, they're going to be in the marketplace. So just keep that in mind.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any questions? Thank you very much. Mr. Rude, I would like to hear from industry back there. Would you care to come forward? You're in the room. You are subject to being called to testify. Would you introduce yourself and explain how this bonding would impact industry if they had to do a bonding like that?
You bet. So I'm Craig Rude. I work for Soda Trona Mine in Southwest Wyoming. We do have an expansion going, a $3 billion expansion. We have been through the industrial siting process. I was sitting just waiting to see where this went. I think Mr. Connolly just said some things that resonate with what I was thinking of. You know, we're in a down cycle in Trona right now, a big down cycle. A mine in China came on and put 3 million tons on the market. And really, I mean, I've been in this 34 years and it's as bad as I've seen. So our project slowed down. I understand the problem that the communities have, and we have the problem with ordering equipment all the time, especially, some of our stuff's 5 years out. So I get that. But where we've slowed down the project, a fire truck could be worn out by the time our project's done, as well as permitting issues that we go through. We have a lot of, and our project's changed a little bit because we bought an existing Trona mine and now we're moving where the mine or the processing site's going to be. But it's not as, in industry's eyes, it's not as straightforward as what's been presented today. There's a lot of complicating issues that can change a project. And if the margins are tight, it could cause people to walk away. So.
Okay. So if you had to if getting your Industrial Siting Act, your council permit, if you would have had to put up a bond for 1.5% of the project cost, and now because of conditions outside of your control with China, you have a potential to lose that bond. Is that impactful?
Absolutely. I mean, and it could impact our current business that employs 1,200 people in Sweetwater County.
Okay. Would it disincentivize you to come to Wyoming to do a project if you had to put up that kind of a bond?
I mean, it could. we're sort of a little different again because the mineral's only in Sweetwater County out of the whole world. So we're stuck with doing a project there if we want. We can't move it to Utah or Texas or.
Okay, any questions? Thank you very much.
Yeah.
And recognize when you're in the room, you're subject to be called up front. Any other public comments, public testimony? Anybody online? Heather? Nobody online. Okay. So we don't have a quorum. So we cannot do anything.
Mr. Chairman, so there, by my count, there is a quorum. There's 8, Representative Knapp is 9.
Do we have to be by chamber or?
So Mr. Chairman, that is only to sponsor legislation. So a motion to request a bill draft or direct work is just a majority of the quorum of the full committee.
Okay, all right. Representative Lawley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do want to make a motion that 25 LSO 0070 and 25 LSO 0067 that were drafts made in 2025 for the committee that we did not pass on, that they be presented, redrafted as a potential committee bill. They relate to the issue. It's a different approach that doesn't use bonding. We actually, through that, we're going to, through the general fund, give to the local municipalities and governments that what they might need, that they could establish through the process. They needed it more immediately. And then that would then we come back into that fund, into the general fund when the monies for the tax money came in. So that's the way we approached it. It did not require upfront bonding, and I think we've heard some reasons for that. There was another one too that was related, that both of those are related to industrial siting. The other one that's in there, which is 25 LSO 69, actually became Senate File 19, which did pass. It actually has to do with giving a little bit of more flexibility to the industrial siting council to pay a little bit more in certain areas if a showing was made and under certain conditions. So it was allowed a little bit more flexibility for our local governments when it showed a greater need in a particular area. So that actually passed. We don't need another draft on that. But just so you know, we've been working in the space for quite a while. I've learned a lot during that time from both Director Parfit and from Administrator Sabin. Truly, it's just a complex issue, a complex statute, and I think we've already made some progress. Maybe this is another solution or a different solution that we had before that be less complicated. But anyway, I just make a motion that we have those two drafted. Did I get them wrong? 70 and then 67, correct?
Yep.
So 67, 69, and 70, all three of them?
No, 69 is the one that became Senate File 19.
So Mr. Chairman, just to clarify, 2025 Senate File 19, this committee did vote to sponsor that. That bill was not enacted into law, though.
Oh, was it?
That bill failed. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but
Version of it.
so Mr. Chairman, that bill passed, Representative Lawley, it passed the Senate and did not pass the House.
Okay, then let's do all three of them, because I think that they dig into.
All right, seconded by Senator Jones. Any comments? Any discussion on that? Representative Weber.
If House Bill 69 didn't pass the House, hold on, I'm not sure why it didn't pass.
It was a Senate File 19.
Senate File 69 was Senate File.
69 was the draft by the LSO for our committee, but it became Senate File 19, but it passed the Senate, but not the House. No.
Otherwise I'm looking at
I don't really know why, but I think we should review it as this committee as we've opened up this really important topic of industrial siting. All we're saying is to have them draft something for us to look at the next meeting. We're not voting to make it a committee bill. We just simply want to see drafts and to compare what we're talking about, the different solutions.
I would agree with the motion excluding 69.
So it's a combined group. So.
Okay.
And I'm going to be a no on this vote. we have an interim topic that is narrow about bonding and exemptions, and these bills deal with a lot of different things that we've defeated in the past or chosen not to take up. This opens up a big Pandora's box. So my vote's going to be a no on this. This deals with the percentages. It deals with the maximum amount of the awards. It opens up the whole Industrial Siting Act, and it was not intended in our interim topic. So I will be a no on this vote.
Might I respond, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Okay, well, we can narrow it down. That I can amend the motion to narrow it down to the one that was, that it isn't about bonding because we did not use that approach to solving the problem. But we've seen some of the problems with the bonding approach, and this was a different way to solve the same problem concerning payments being made in advance of the normal schedule. Once communities demonstrated their need for some of that money up front, particularly for things like fire trucks. So that was what that bill was about, all that we talked about today. And that one was LSO what, 70?
So, yeah, Mr. Chairman, rest of the law, like 25 LSO 70 is the bill that provided for the prepayment.
Okay.
Okay, so I will amend my motion if I can get from the second approval to basically say to at least to draft LSO 25 LSO 70.
Okay, so the amended motion is to draft LSO 25 LSO 70 as something to consider next time we meet. And we have a second. Any discussion? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed?
No.
And I'm a no. Okay, let's do a hand count. All those in favor, please signify by raising your hands. We have 3+. All those opposed? That motion fails. All right. Any other committee directives? Seeing none, we will adjourn the meeting until 8:30 in the morning. Thank you very much.
Fun.